All right. Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, March 13, 2024, and it is 6 p.m. And I would like to ask the clerk to please call roll.
Councilmember Lyons.
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Here.
And Mayor Krantz.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Thank you. And if you'd all rise and join me in the pledge. And I am going to start the meeting tonight with a special presentation. And it involves issuing certificates of excellence to a group of people who were involved in saving a life. And I would like to start by calling up the bystander CPR folks, Robert LaBelle, Sergio Mora, Tyler Sams, and Aaron Thomas, if you could come up. Join me here. And survivor Scott Haffley, is he here tonight? Okay, come on up. Join us, please. I would also like to have join us up here the lifeguard crew, Sergeant Nick Scoggins, Lifeguard 2, Courtney Stamatis, and as well as the fire department crew, Captain John Lim, Engineer David Evans, and firefighter paramedic John Vito. And together, today we are gathered not to embellish tales of heroism, but to recognize the swift and selfless actions of individuals whose courage and quick thinking saved a life. On October 21st of last year, there was a surfer's medical emergency at Beacons Beach, prompting a need for an immediate response. And in the face of adversity, it was the decisive actions of these four gentlemen here, Sergio Mora, Robert LaBelle, Aaron Thomas, and Tyler Sams, that made all the difference. Their coordinated efforts, alongside the timely arrival of emergency crews, ensured that Scott Haffley received the urgent medical attention he needed. And so today we honor these individuals, not for seeking recognition, they didn't ask for this, but for exemplifying the best of our community spirit. Their bravery and compassion remind us of the profound impact we can have on one another's lives when we act with empathy and unity. And so as I hand out these certificates, I would like to ask Fire Deputy Chief Sanchez to come on up and say a few words as well.
Mayor Krantz, thank you. Well said. Echoing the words that Mayor Krantz said, I would like to once again thank you four gentlemen for your bravery, for stepping into action and rendering aid to Mr. Haffley. It is definitely your life-saving measures that was undoubtedly the survival of Mr. Haffley. So again, gentlemen, thank you for your courageousness and your selfless act of heroism. Thank you. I also want to take the opportunity to thank our fire department, our lifeguard division, as well as AMR, American Medical Response, for their transportation of the patient, and our teams for being professionals and collectively working very well together for the survival of our citizen right here. So, with that, thank you all very much for your service. I'd like to remind everyone the importance of CPR. I think it was a pivotal measure that these bystanders were there and they were able to step in and provide CPR. And it goes to show you how important it is to know CPR. And please remember, anytime you're going to render aid to someone, it's your safety first, and then make that critical decision to save someone. In this case, I'm glad that the outcome was positive. It's embodying the essence of community spirit. So thank you.
Would any of the 5 of you like to speak?
My name is Sergio Mora. I've been a resident of Lucadia for about 50 years. I also happen to be in the field of what your fire department does here. And really what Chief Sanchez says is of critical importance. There's a gentleman in the back, Ennis Jackson, right there, who was a big proponent of what CPR can do to save people's life. And it's really important for all of you, my fellow residents right here I live in Lucadia, but part of Encinitas. The importance of knowing that and being able to render aid. Even though I do have that training, the training that I possess to help on that day is training that all of you can have by just learning CPR and learning about the importance of early CPR, defibrillation, and we call it the key to survival, right? The chain of survival. Sorry, Eunice. And that's the first link. And not only does all of their efforts in making a difference, but the lifeguards, the fire crews, and then the AMR crews to continue that chain of survival is of critical importance. But as a fellow resident of Lucadia, I encourage you all to go out and learn CPR, and don't be afraid to learn about a defibrillator because all of that matters. So thank you. Happy to have been of help.
I'd just like to say that without everyone up on the stage right now, I would not be here. Plain and simple. You guys saved my life, and I'm eternally grateful, and thank you very, very much.
Appreciate the work of all the public safety personnel. So looking forward to okay. All right, we're ready now for oral communication.
We do have several, and just a reminder, oral communications is the time to speak on something that is not listed on the agenda. First 3 speakers, Tom Leedy, Jillian Pillsbury, and then Alice Fernbuck.
I'm Tom Leedy. I've met you guys before because I talked to you about the same subject I want to talk about tonight, which is traffic calming on Eolas. I want to start by mentioning that I, too, am a longtime resident of the great city of Encinitas, and specifically Lucadia, which is where I grew up. And what I want to talk about is traffic calming. And to that end, I did a little reading in the Caltrans Traffic Calming Guide. And in that, I found their information regarding various devices and metrics related to those devices about how effective they are and what the impacts are. So I just want to relay that to you. It might be something you're already familiar with, but in case you're not, this would be useful. The things I looked at were feedback signs and speed humps and speed cushions. And what I found from Caltrans was that as far as the impacts of those things, feedback signs are effective. They reduce the average mileage speed 2 to 7 miles per hour. Speed humps are more effective. They reduce the average speed from 15 to 20 miles an hour, and the same for speed cushions. It's also important to know what the impacts of those devices are, primarily in 3 things. What I thought were important anyway, or a couple of things. Volume reduction, volume of traffic on any given road, and the impact to emergency vehicles. I bring this up because I know it's important. I'm going to ask for speed cushions or speed humps on Eolas at the end, and I know that we have an issue there that the fire department has said we can't have them because we have a fire risk to the east of our road. But it's been found that the volume reduction of feedback signs is not really known and negligible. It's not documented, but speed humps and speed cushions both reduce the volume of traffic 20%. I think on Eolas that would be a valuable reduction because one of our problems there is the amount of traffic and how fast it's going. The other thing that I think is germane in this case is impact to emergency vehicles. By that, what kind of delay might it cause for an ambulance or a fire truck? And what the state says is that feedback signs have no impact. Speed humps have a 3 to 5 second delay to fire trucks. Speed cushions, negligible, meaning no delay. So I would just like to ask you guys to help us get speed humps or cushions and help us do whatever we need to do to get an exception from the state so that they will allow us to have them even though there is what they call a fire risk.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Council. I've lived on Eolas Avenue for 20 years. My neighbors and I have been seeking help to control the speeding that occurs all day, every day. We have spoken in front of the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission voicing our concerns and wanted to make you aware as well. In particular, on Eolas Avenue, there's a northbound section from Parkwood Lane towards 1652, 1655 Eolas Avenue. There's a downhill slope there, onward toward Hillcrest Drive. We've been asking for speed reduction measures on this stretch for years. For the second time in recent years, the city has collected speed data in this corridor, and these are the recent results. So you can see the average speed, I'm going to go over the maximum speeds. So on December 12th, the maximum that day was 48. On January 28th, the maximum speed on our street, which is 25 miles per hour, was 55. On February 10th, it was 54, and on February 18, it was 50. And the other maximum speeds are generally in the high 30s and 40s. We have kids, parents riding e-bikes to and from school, dog walkers, runners, walkers, and cyclists. We feel that this really should justify speed cushions. This is not acceptable anymore. We have no sidewalks. We have many areas that don't even have a shoulder. We're forced to walk in the street with vehicles driving recklessly by us. My neighbors and I are asking you to help us. Please get an exemption regarding the fire department denying the speed cushions. We would like a stop sign at Parkwood Lane and Eolis Lane Eolis Avenue, due to unsafe sightlines. And I did mention this also to the Traffic Commission Monday evening. We would like our speed limits lowered to 20 miles per hour on Eolis and throughout the neighborhood. And just the volume of cars that are coming through. This study showed 57,600, and it's only going to get worse with the developments on Vulcan and La Costa Avenue. So in closing, I wanted to share with you these chokers. There's a neighborhood in Del Mar, and they're on a canyon. My mom lives here, and I've been driving this street for years, and they have these chokers that are great. They slow down the traffic. The fire department could still buzz through there, but it just allows cars to only go one car can pass at a time. So if we can't get speed cushions, this is another suggestion. We're just trying to help come up with some solutions. Thank you.
Following Alice will be Mark Wilcox, Geraldine Kessler, and then Sandra Anderson.
Hello, thank you. My name's Elise Fernebach. Appreciate the time to be here. I really appreciate coming on a day where we recognize service to our community, because I want to say, I have also served. I'm a former Marine. I am not weak of heart. I was a helicopter pilot. I flew these really old Vietnam-era helicopters up and down the coast that many of you remember seeing. So I'm not somebody that scares easily or is not unfamiliar with dangerous environments. And I want to tell you that what's happening on Eolis is a danger right now. I appreciate, Mayor, your words of empathy and unity. And what I'm asking for from the city, from our fire department, and from our sheriff is empathy for us and unity with us. We want to work with all of you to come up with a solution for what's going on in Eolis. We talked about the speeding. It is not just speeding. There is a pattern of aggressive driving behavior that has developed on Eolis. If I'm driving my car 25 miles per hour in front of someone that wants to speed, they are on my bumper, up on it, and I'm going the speed limit. When there's walkers down the road, this has happened to me, this has happened to other people, there is an attitude from some of these people driving that pedestrians do not have a right to walk on the road, and they will drive by very, very close if you do not jump off to the side. So this is concerning to us. We have families. I have a child that has muscular dystrophy. I would like him to be able to walk on the road safely. He's an adult. I recently adopted him. He's 38. He knows what's up. But his body can't respond as quickly as other people's bodies can. So we did talk to the Traffic and Mobility Traffic Safety Commission on Monday. I understand we are an agenda item now. We want to work with the fire department. We want to work with the traffic engineer. We want to work with the sheriff department, whatever we can do as a community to try to help us come up with a really reasonable solution, something that's economical, something that we can implement in a fast way, because none of us want to be here after a really catastrophic accident has happened and we're looking around and saying, we talked about this for, some people have been coming here for a decade and asking for help on this topic. So again, I'm just imploring for help and cooperation on this. And I think you'll find that we're a bunch of really friendly, nice neighbors. We're the ones that are waving at you when you're driving down our street. We got a bike rider here, Scott. I know that he has a little bit of a difference of opinion, but we can work on all of these things together and come up with a solution that makes most everyone happy. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Wilcox. I'm a health advocate, father, grandfather, and just last week joined the ranks of great-grandfather. As the city moves forward to create more housing, I urge you to consider a policy requiring all housing to be smoke-free. The city of Carlsbad is looking to enact an ordinance requiring all multi-unit housing to go smoke-free. Just a few words on this. We all have the right to breathe clean, smoke-free air, especially in our homes. My concern is that some populations can be disproportionately affected by tobacco and marijuana secondhand and third-hand smoke and are more likely to suffer the health consequences from the exposures. In multi-unit homes, secondhand smoke is drifting into the surrounding units through windows, small cracks in walls, ventilation system, plumbing, and electrical outlets. Third-hand smoke consists of the residue from tobacco or marijuana smoke left behind after smoking and vaping, and builds up on all surfaces and is an issue they're dealing with. I urge the city to support a policy that favors smoke-free environments and that would eliminate tobacco and marijuana smoke in multi-unit housing. This policy would improve the quality of life and encourage healthy living. I do appreciate your consideration on this relevant and important issue. Thank you.
Next speaker is Geraldine Kessler, followed by Sandra Anderson, and then Mike Conway.
I would like to speak about the potential density bonus project on Melba Road that is slated to remove 175 trees, 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo 3 beautiful historical homes built in 1938. This property is like no other in Encinitas, with all the mature Tories looming around inside and out. Although several mature trees have been removed due to the neglect of the current owner and developer, which I've already mentioned for several years, but nothing has been done to prevent this neglect. I noticed on my walk the other day that dust was being kicked up on the property by a worker on the property. As you know, the property has old greenhouses that contain toxic substances, which gives me great concern when I see dust flying in the air with no dust monitors currently in place. The property sits next to a preschool, middle school, and the last rural horse farm in Encinitas, and the neighbors are also in close proximity to this. I took a picture to show this and sent it to the city. The update on this project is the owner and developer continues to meet with the neighborhood to find common ground. But as said, no common ground has occurred. These meetings only cause the neighborhood stress and anxiety, decreasing the quality of the lives for the longtime tax-paying senior citizens who have always coexisted peacefully in our neighborhood. Is this the way Encinitas should be treating these seniors who simply want to age in place? During the meetings with the owner and developer, he will threaten to make the project worse for the neighborhood if they don't agree with what the process, what he's proposing and sign off on it. Is this the norm? I hope not. We told him what the neighborhood would do to support this project 3 years ago. Almost none have been done. When I listened to the Scripps Planning and Council meeting to expand the hospital several years ago, I was very impressed and in awe with the process to build Encinitas. This expansion will only serve to enhance the lives of the community. Scripps had multiple meetings with the residents and in fact took their suggestions. They did not threaten or say they would make things worse for the community if we didn't get behind him. Why is this okay for the developer to do this to the neighborhood? The Scripps process should be the gold standard for building in Encinitas. And if the Melba property owner followed their lead, I would not even be here speaking to you. You could get on with their other more important things like the flooding and the sidewalks in Leucadia. This is why I will continue to ask the city to please help us acquire this property with soft green infrastructure funding, a bond, or community funding. This is an ideal location for an outdoor STEM lab, an outdoor school for the overcrowded Oak Crest Middle School, an extension for the Botanical Gardens, an outdoor park continuous with Oak Crest Park and the Senior Center, similar to San Diego Park. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Sandra Anderson, followed by Mike Conway, and then Scott Campbell.
Okay. On Monday night, there was a regularly scheduled monthly MTSC Commission meeting. Part of this meeting was a community meeting with a consultant from Dixon to discuss permit parking. There were approximately 45 citizens in attendance at this meeting on Monday night. I was planning on making a presentation that I put together to share with the commission, the consultant, and all the other Encinitas citizens there. But I was told by city staff in writing that I could not make a presentation during a community meeting. So I thought I'd make my presentation during oral communication, since it was an MTSC meeting and there's oral communications. But I was instructed that I could not do that either, because oral communications can be not used on an agenda item. So please note the unusual format of this meeting on Monday night. It was a combination MTSC commission meeting and a community meeting at the same time. I'm not sure, and I wonder if something like this has been done in the past, where a community meeting is part of a commission meeting. It led to a lot of confusion. So anyway, I'm here tonight to show you one. This is just one of the slides that I wanted to share on Monday night that I was not allowed to share. I think that this slide is critical because it shows how many cities we have researched, and more importantly, it shows how many California cities have permit parking programs. These cities provide solutions that we can use to address the many deficiencies of our current code. And part of my presentation was to share solutions with the consultant, with the citizens, with the commission. I was not allowed. So, needless to say, I was very disappointed that I was not allowed to share this data on Monday night. That's it.
Thank you.
Mike Conway, followed by Scott Campbell, Brenna Fleener, and then Natalie Satoon.
Mike Conway, Encinitas. Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to ask that the Beacons Beach Trail be reopened. I began making phone calls to find out the situation and quickly realized that there does not seem to be any hurry on the city's part to reopen the trail, as long as it gets done before summer. Meanwhile, beachgoers and surfers are having to go to other overloaded locations and missing one of the best times of the year at our local beach. There has been no further movement of the slope in the problem trail area since the January 10th failure. I met with a representative from Scripps and was told that there has been some minor, slight movement according to their very sensitive instruments, but no recent movement. I have also spoken to the city's geotechnical consultant and got the impression he would be in favor of beginning the work to reopen the trail, and he assured me he would speak to Roy Sapau about the situation on March 12th, which was yesterday. The coastal emergency repair permit was issued on February 8th, and the bluff at Beacons Beach can be stabilized. If the city chooses not to stabilize the bluff to save the trail, then an alternate solution must be found to provide permanent public beach access. The city's planned new parking lot will not solve the trail problem, and it is very likely that it may even make the situation worse. The city should stop and reevaluate how it's spending its time and money. Over 500,000 people per year use the trail to the beach. Protecting the trail and stabilizing the bluff should be a top priority. City council members need to step up and show some leadership on this vital issue. As long as I have some extra time, I'd also like to say that I would really like to see the city hire a full-time director for the Pacific View Arts Center. It seems, and it would be a good idea to have this director selected with the help of a citizens advisory group. I realize it's going to take time to develop this site to its full potential, but the way it's looking right now, it's almost becoming a second senior center instead of the vibrant art center that it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, we're supposed to wait on that. Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1. And first off, I'd like to thank my neighbors for their activism. I've been there 2 years ago. I'm not going to contest to you. If you have time, we'll talk about that. Last time we spoke, I talked about the academy, and I'm actually very pleasantly surprised that at least 8 of my friends are enrolled. So I'm very, very happy about that. As an ambassador for the city, I'm glad that one person could turn into 8. This week in the news, Escondido voted to explore a moratorium on homelessness services in and around downtown. We have a downtown. We want increased property values and more tourists, don't we? We don't. No, these are contradictory things. 2 months ago, I went to a Chamber of Commerce meeting, and the chair of the CRC specifically said he didn't have any numbers, and he specifically said that his place does not attract any homeless people to Encinitas. I want you to dig into this. I think that's a bunch of baloney. It's deja vu all over again. We have the same speakers we had on Monday. This is good. The commission meetings have been excellent this year. But what I really wanted to talk about was the iBank loan established in June of 2022. And it had a 180-day period to establish the loan. I really don't even know what day it started, but let's just assume December of 2022. We are now 15 months into the 36-month period, and I have some questions. But first off, the description of this project specifically said a new rail undercrossing, and I want to know, and I asked the council, what happened? Where did this go? We didn't get it. It's off the agenda. I don't understand. It's not even the ITF task force stuff. And then the loan is interesting too. We put this property right here as collateral. Okay, it's worth more than the $20 million loan, but the ITF task force says that we need $40 million in improvements. I think you guys maybe made a really good deal. I mean, we should renege and save ourselves $40 million. So anyways, we've used 41% of the time allocation of the 36 months. I've seen very little to any progress. And I asked the council, is the project on schedule? And will we finish on time? Those are my asks. And we have 10 seconds. You can reply if you want, or you don't have to.
It may surprise you to know that I don't have that information in my head regularly.
I understand that. Thank you. I just want you to
think.
think about this kind of stuff because the clock's ticking. Thank you.
And then Brenna Fleener, followed by Natalie Satoon.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Brenna Fleener. I'm here as a board member of the Encinitas Life Saving Association with my fellow board members Brian Ketterer and Sydney Hammerness. And we are here to formally announce and invite you all to join us for the second annual Neptune Days Ocean Festival. Yeah. Here we go. This August 9th and 10th at Moonlight Beach. I think the last time you all saw me was around this time last year when I was here to announce the first annual inaugural Neptune Days, which with all of your support went really, really swimmingly. We were able to welcome almost 300 members of our community across 2 days and 4 events of swimming and surfing and lifeguard competitions, and it went well enough that we're trying it again for a year too. So we're hoping that you will mark your calendars with us for the 9th and the 10th of this year. We're gonna kick things off on the 9th with a new event, a family sunset swim. We'll follow that up with our second year of our lifeguard competition, the Bootlegger Lifeguard Cup. We're inviting associations from up and down the coast to come and give us a run for our money on our home turf, so we'll see how that goes. And then on the 10th, we're going to be bringing back 2 of our best events from last year, the individual Moonlight Mile swim around the Cove and the 1.5-mile swim relay, which Kelly did us the honor of swimming in last year. We would love your support in any way you're willing to lend it, whether it's as competitors or spectators, or really honestly just helping us get the word out in the community would be really greatly helpful in any way you're able to do that for us. We're a fully volunteer-led organization. We're the nonprofit arm of the Encinitas Lifeguards. So any profit, every penny that we make on this event goes directly back into the community. It supports Learn to Swim programming, ocean safety programs, and lifeguard education grants for our first responders who are out in the community serving the public every day. So it's really a wonderful way to support the community and get everyone involved. So please mark your calendars. Thank you all for everything you do and all of your support on the event last year and your ongoing support this year. We really, really hope that we'll see you all there.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. First of all, I would like to thank Captain Lawrence and his deputies. I see Deputy Bennett. Today I had a man come to my home and try to open my front door, and Deputy Bennett responded within seconds. So I have to say we have such a great team, and I'm so thankful that you all handled this so quickly. And I would also like to thank the council, because in this situation, you voted for soft on crime, many soft on crime and welcoming policies in the city. And it woke me up and it allowed me to train, protect myself, and to defend myself should this man have gained entry into my home. So you all contributed to my ability to ensure that I'm not a victim anymore. So thank you for supporting our Second Amendment. E-bike safety, that's really why I'm here tonight. I have an ask, several asks, resulting from a really dangerous issue I had last week at SDA. Our kids are at such risk with the SDA Santa Fe construction. Council, I would like for you all, including Pam Mountill, Abe, Tarquin, and Jace, to go sit at lunch and observe and see what the traffic patterns are with all of the construction going on right now. Spend 30 minutes there. That's all it'll take, and you'll understand where I'm coming from. And we need to restructure this. The bollards, the signs, they're down. They're all over the street. They're all over the path meant for bikes. This is just not the safest traffic pattern, and we need some kind of routine follow-up on it. I've already asked Captain Lawrence for some extra motorcycle units to be designated around because the construction is just so bad. And we have the e-bike emergency order, if I'm not mistaken, it's still active. And can we have extra patrol units? Can we have funding for extra patrol motorcycle units there, or maybe permanent units with this emergency order? And I'd also like to follow up on something else, but I would like for someone to follow up with me on that topic as well. Lastly, I come here with many other residents, and we come here to bring topics to your attention. They're often ignored, set aside, unimportant, and in some cases, Tony, you even defended yourself against a lot of them, and they've turned out to be important and tragic and egregious. And this is a topic with the safety of our kids that needs to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you to everyone who spoke. And with that, we will move on to item 6, report from closed session. We did not have a closed session. Now, item 7, Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, item 8H has been pulled by members of the public.
8?
H, legislative.
Yes, 8H. Okay, so that leaves us with items 8A through 8G. Now
Move approval 8A through 8G.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously. It takes us to item 8H.
8H.
And we do have two speakers. And do,
Okay.
Ellen, do you want a staff report?
Let's hear from the speakers. No, we don't.
Okay. Ellen Burr, followed by Kevin Doyle.
Good evening, Council. It's kind of crazy that both of these are on here together because they are. There may be some overlap, but not a lot. So I'm here because of the request to support former mayor's request that we do away with most of the houses that may or may not be in the coastal zone as far as requiring, I'll just read it. Homeowners with properties in the coastal zone must obtain coastal development permits or for ADU or JADU additions. This requirement adds substantial complexity and confusion to a process that is otherwise straightforward outside the coastal zone. While this process is justified for ADU or JADU additions near sensitive coastal resources, given the inherent environmental degradation risk, many coastal residential properties are not near such resources. First of all, I don't think it's that complicated. Most people that are going to do that have an architect. And this is the sheet that everybody gets, and it's just this tiny little bit here that is just specific to coastal development. And who's going to decide what near is? I mean, your staff and the commission has spent hours and days and weeks coming up with objective descriptions, definitions, and standards for everything to do with housing. And now, and where it is, location, you name it. And this is totally subjective. What is near? What is near in Cardiff? What is near in Encinitas? What is near in Big Sur? I mean, the only way to do this would be to have it come back to each individual LCP, and then we're going to have to hire consultants, engineers, whatever, to possibly come up with a definition of near for every 100 yards or less along the coast. Don't make what has already been done harder than it already is. As far as I can tell, based on our experience in Encinitas in the construction of ADUs, the only thing that makes it onerous is the fact that it can be appealed to the Coastal Commission. That's when it gets onerous. And they have the expertise. We do not have the expertise. We do not need to go out and hire somebody or hire consultants on a monthly or daily or whatever basis to let us know what is okay in the coastal zone. I mean, the perfect example, Sage Canyon is the example I will go with. It has come back because of the Coastal Commission, and they have the expertise to send it back. They know where the lines are. We don't know where the lines are. I don't know how anybody in the legislature is going to find out where the lines are, but this is a layer that we don't need. And furthermore, the statement about not basically polluting the ocean and the beaches, the Coastal Commission is as much or more about access of all of Californians, all California, to the beach. So parking and traffic are a big deal, and you know that. You know that. And that is completely left out of this. So this is poorly thought out, unless somebody's going to give me answers that are out there where somebody's already said, well, within 1,000 yards, you're going to be okay. So this is not something we need to support. We need to deal with what it is we have now. And frankly, the one thing that we have that, as far as I know, is still outstanding is back About a year and a half ago, the commission, the Planning Commission, came to you with recommendations on where short-term housing would be. I do not know if that proposal ever went to the Coastal Commission or not, about how many would be west and east of the highway, how many would be in which jurisdiction. So let's take care of what has been taken care of or needs to be taken care of first before we go there. And the idea that this would be adding more housing is totally bogus, because your own staff and many architects who are experienced in doing this have told me specifically it doesn't have to be for housing. You can use an ADU for whatever you want to do. It can be a gym, it can be a man cave, it can be an office, which is not what I read, but that's what's being put out there. So please, let's take care of what we know so far, and don't go supporting any other changes. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Doyle, Old Encinitas, District 2, maybe still a planning commissioner. I've been serving on the commission for the last 7 years, and this was one, affordable housing, and this is one I dive into deeply. I'm very passionate about. I'm actually in favor of 1077, and honestly, I hate to tell you, but I read the whole bill, which links to the California Public Resource Code, and I know where the line is. It says right here. This is section 3603, developments approved by the local government between the sea and the first public road, paralleling the sea or within 300 feet of the inland extent of any beach or stream, high tide line, or of the sea where there is no beach, whichever is the greater distance. And there's another one here concerning tide lands, submerged lands, public trust lands within 100 feet or within 300 feet of the seaward face of any coastal bluff. Staff can totally figure that out and draw a line on a map, and we'll know exactly where that is. And from my reading of this, that section is exempted and will still require a coastal development permit. But CDP is a pain in the butt, and these things slow down. I grew up on the East Coast, New Jersey, near New York City was our playground when we were teenagers, and we knew where the low-income housing was. We called them the projects, and that's where you went to score pot or get mugged. You'd get into all sorts of trouble there. It's just not a great idea to put all the people who are most in need in one place separate from everything else. So this is why when we look at housing element sites, we always insist that the affordable units are dispersed widely. Shouldn't be clear who's in the affordable unit or not. And I agree the same thing with the housing in our town. We're going to run into this problem where we're the next round of housing element sites, we're getting somewhere between 15 and 20% affordable units out of these big units, and it's not helping, not as much as it should. ADUs, I think, tend to come in near that or slightly above that in terms of affordability. And I feel we could probably do incentives to try and get people to list them as deed restricted. And I think that's how we want to dig our way out of our housing crisis. Instead of building more monster units, I want to see many more ADUs. The people who have the lots, seniors, people who've been living here a long time, back when you could still afford a big lot, they're the ones who could be doing this. And we should incentivize this any way we can. And that's all I got. I got 8 seconds. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, Councilmember Ehlers.
I actually had a question about SB 1479, but I'll start by commenting on SB 1077. I really appreciate, I guess, what do we call you, Interim Chair Doyle from the Planning Commission's opinion on 1077, because I was concerned by where that line is too, and if you're comfortable with reading through it, I am too. So I'm going to go now switch to SB 1479, and I'm trying to understand how this aligns with our current legislative policy. When I looked through all the bullet points in the policy position statement, I didn't find one on agritourism. and I'm trying to understand. I'd also just like maybe staff could respond with what is agritourism? What are examples of what it is and maybe what it isn't in Encinitas? Does it require ag zoning? Does it require an ag permit?
I'll respond to that. So our list, our legislative priority list, is not an all-inclusive list. And in fact, our policy speaks to addressing legislation that doesn't check any of the boxes on our pre-approved list. And we're currently going through that process right now, having this on an agenda. And our policy does clearly state that this goes on.
I agree we can do it. I'm not saying we can't.
Well, then why would it be a question?
I wanted to make sure we were clear that it's not in there. It's not in the current list.
No, it's true.
So this is extraneous.
And so in this particular case, agritourism would be something that is being conducted at Leech Tech Ranch, something that is going to be happening at Fox Point Farms. Agritourism is happening at the Boomin Ranch. Agritourism is happening in urban farmers' yards. And so there are many instances of urban agritourism here in Encinitas. And so that's why I thought this was a bill worth supporting.
And so then does it require a ag permit?
In most of those cases that I just ticked off, yes, it does, although I don't know that Fox Point Farms got an ag permit per se. They're just conditional use permit for their 2 acres of farm.
Yeah.
And their farm is the row farming that's going to be done on those 2 acres. People are welcome to walk through those 2 acres. So if somebody turned an ankle on a row of strawberries or something, this bill would provide them some immunity.
And so, and Sugar Sweet Farms would be another example that I was curious about. Now, you say yes, that is agritourism. When I asked staff that same question yesterday during my briefing, I got the opposite answer. I got no, that's residentially zoned, and it is not agritourism. So I'll redirect my question to who I gave it to originally, which is staff, and I'd like to know what staff's opinion is.
Well, I think an ag permit does.
They would need, I mean, the businesses in which Mayor Krantz described obviously are either permitted uses on the land. For instance, when you talk about like the San Diego Botanic Garden or leash tag, things like that, those were permitted rights. They're good with the zoning, things like that. If a new business comes up and wants to be something like agritourism, they would still need to go through our planning process and obtain the proper permits to operate in that capacity. And I also have the Development Services Director, Carrie Kushak, with me. But again, in order to operate, another example would be not in Encinitas, but in Carlsbad is the Carlsbad Flower Fields. That is open for business. So anything that is going to be agritourism still needs to be operated under the guise of our planning standards here in the city.
Okay.
And
just directly in relation to Sugar Sweet Farms, they currently do not have any permitting for the activities that they're doing, and that's the context of the answer that was provided to you.
Yep. And would Boomin Farms or Boomin Ranch be the same thing, right? Because I don't think they have any sort of ag permit out there, and they're residentially zoned.
Yeah, I'm not aware of whether Boomin Ranch has an ag permit or not, but generally if you're the way that I'd understand it, if you're conducting agricultural and you're having the kind of coordinated activities that we expected to go along with those type of agricultural uses, you would require an ag permit typically.
Okay, so right now, as far as SB 1479 as it's currently envisioned, it would apply to those that are agricultural businesses, agritourism businesses today, but it would not change anything relative to the other activities, non-permitted activities.
yes, again, agritourism, they define it as the blending of agriculture and tourism. Some of the experiences they use is anything from pumpkin patches, farmers markets, and again, in the city of Encinitas, in order to operate a business, you have to have the proper permits, whether it's ag permits, conditional use permits, major use permits. So this would apply to a legal business that would be operating in Encinitas.
Okay, great. That helps me. That helps me understand that.
Yeah, and so what you're going to see is if this law passes, you'll probably see a lot of people that were applying for ag permits. This is certainly an incentive to make sure that they have all the boxes checked for falling under this law.
Okay.
So it's just, Councilmember Hensy.
I was just going to move approval of this item and say that I'm in support of both of these letters, and I think that they comply with the spirit of what we're trying to do, which is create more infill housing, as well as create opportunities for small businesses to protect themselves.
And I would second that, and I would point out that a CDP is expensive and not simple. And the premise of our permit-ready ADU program was to encourage the construction of ADUs. And so what we've seen, I think historically, is CDP is an impediment to some folks who want to build ADUs. I do also know that I had a conversation with a resident here that lives in the Highlands, and she had contacted me when the permit-ready ADU program was initiated, and her neighbor was building an ADU, and I happened to see her. That was about 3 years ago, and I happened to see her this weekend, and I asked how it worked out with the ADU, and she wasn't excited about the change to her view in her neighborhood, and especially from her property, but she did tell me that she's looking to build an ADU on her property as well. So I think there are plenty of people that would like to do that. I also would remind folks that when we were doing our housing element update, there was a significant push for construction of ADUs and to count ADUs that are spread throughout our city. And so it is an important part of our housing element update. So with that, I guess we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving now to item 10A, and it's a presentation of the displacement risk analysis study.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Blackwell, and council members. My name is Joel Savetko, and I'm here to present the Displacement Risk Analysis Study. With me is Patty Anders, Planning Manager, Carrie Kushak, Development Services Director, and presenting this study is our consultant, Stafford Nichols from Beacon Economics. Program 5C of the 6-cycle housing element directs the city to conduct an economic displacement risk analysis to determine if residents are being displaced. The program directs the city to do the following: identify local conditions that lead to displacement and develop and implement an action program based on the results. Identify partners to participate in the study that specialize in eviction-related topics, such as the Legal Aid Society of San Diego, and annually monitor program effectiveness. To help inform the displacement risk analysis, interviews were conducted with the following stakeholders: 3 city council members, a representative of a community-based organization, and a local property developer. Consultation was also done with the Legal Aid Society of San Diego to gather eviction data and discuss factors contributing to evictions in the city. With this background, I will go ahead and hand it over to Stafford to present the results of the study.
Thank you, Joel. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the results of the displacement risk analysis study to you all today. So as Joel mentioned, we were commissioned to analyze whether there is displacement in Encinitas or not. I think it's useful to start with the definition of displacement and note that there's a few kinds of displacement, housing displacement. Ultimately, it's the forced or involuntary relocation of a resident from a home or neighborhood when they rather would have stayed. There's environmental displacement, where there's floods or some sort of natural disaster that removes folks. There can be government displacement when there's highway construction or some large infrastructure that removes people. There's more involuntary displacement where some folks have to leave their house because they are not paying rent and they're being physically removed. Or there's voluntary displacement where people are making the decision that although they would like to stay in a certain area, they can't financially, and economically it's better for them to move. So I won't go through the whole report and keep you all in suspense, and I'll sort of just start with the main finding up front, which is that we did not find any evidence of those first three forms of displacement, but we did find evidence of that last form of voluntary displacement. Ultimately, folks being basically priced out of Encinitas market. So I'll go into our findings in more detail now, starting with some current trends and looking at sort of the landscape of the housing stock in the city, looking at immigration and emigration and what sort of that means for the future of the city, touch on which neighborhoods are the greatest displacement risk, and then finally look at policy recommendations. So to start with, one of the kind of the main stories here is that in the 70s and 80s, Encinitas was building about 750 houses per year. In the last couple decades, that's pretty much dropped down. It was about 75 houses per year in the last couple of decades, although in the last few years that has ticked up and it's moving in the opposite direction, and so 136 houses were built since the adoption of the current housing element, as you can see there. So just to look at the median rent cost and how that's been increasing, really since 2014, it's been going up pretty considerably. 2010, 11, and 12, even into 13, as you remember, obviously that was coming off of the Great Recession. We show the orange line here where you can see median rent as adjusted for inflation. That, of course, is very important because that shows that when you take into account increases in costs, cost of living and everything, it's still rising faster. Just one kind of nuance here is that these numbers are median rents paid, not asking rents. So if you go and look at Zillow, you'll see numbers that are higher and a bit more extreme. That's because those are asking rents, and so that's a little different than what people are actually paying, especially people who have been in their rental a long time. They pay much lower than market rate. And then looking at home sale prices. So the price of homes has gone up quite a bit. It is much higher than average across the country. And it's worth noting that in general, sort of this story here of high real estate prices is not unique to Encinitas. A lot of coastal cities in California are also facing the same dynamics. But you can see, looking at the median home price in the United States, which is closer to $400,000, it's almost 3 times as much in Encinitas. So how is that affecting residents? There's a definition called rent burden, which is set by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it classifies rent burden as when the household spends 30% of their gross income on housing. And so you can see from this chart here that in the year 2000, about 40% of Encinitas were rent burden, and now we are over 50%. And this is, again, not unique to Encinitas, but the point of these two charts are just to show that renters tend to be younger, homeowners tend to be older, as you can see from the age distribution here. So the chart on, let's see, your left, you can see considerably higher bars where you have younger renters. So to the immigration and emigration within Encinitas, about 13,000 people move in and out of Encinitas each year. The population of the city has remained relatively flat. And an important aspect here, so the orange dotted line is the current median income in Encinitas. The blue line is the average median income of folks moving into Encinitas. So these are people who have moved within the last year. And then the yellow line is folks who have left Encinitas in the last year. The people moving in are 41%, have a 41% higher income than those leaving. One thing that's important to note is market rates and housing prices are not set by by the incomes of people living in the city. They're set by the market demand of people who want to live in the city. So that means wealthier folks from outside moving in can increase prices. So we also see that more people are having to commute longer. For those folks who work in Encinitas, used to be, I think it was 25 minutes was the average commute time of people coming into Encinitas. Now that's 35 minutes. So people are living further away and having to drive further. And 3% of fewer people live and work in Encinitas than they did 20 years ago. On average, younger folks tend to be leaving the city, and older folks tend to be coming in. So this chart here, the blue lines are people moving in, and orange lines are people moving out. And kind of the main takeaway is that when you look at this younger cohort of people 18 to 29, the orange lines are all taller, meaning those folks are leaving. Now, some of that, like the 18 to 19, 20, there's probably school-related components there. But we can see as we look at the older folks on the other side of the spectrum, older folks are moving into the city. And so the average age of the city was 37 in the year 2000, and now the average age of the city is 41. And somewhat related to that, we see there's a decrease in the number of residents in Encinitas who are in the workforce. We looked at race and other various demographic considerations. Largely, Encinitas is majority white and continues to be. There's not a big difference there in terms of folks moving in and out. That's somewhat proportional. So this is a map where we identified areas where there's higher risk or lower risk of displacement. The way this was constructed was I identified the key drivers of displacement as listed in various literature, and looking at things like which areas have the most renters compared to homeowners, in areas that have homeowners, what proportion of them have paid off their mortgage, looking at incomes, looking at rising prices, that type of thing. And so you can see sort of the results on this map here about which neighborhoods have higher risk versus those that have lower risk. So then ultimately, the question is, if there is this displacement, what can be done about it? And ultimately, so my background is economics, and so of course you look a lot at supply and demand curves. So there's a lot of demand to move into Encinitas. It's a beautiful, wonderful community, and it's very desirable. And so the prices of housing are going up because demand is going up, but because the supply hasn't moved up to meet it, prices are rising. And so to make a considerable change and considerably lower housing prices, the sort of biggest main factor you could do is build more housing. So a couple sort of more tactical things to apply to that, lowering the administrative expenses of construction and simplifying permitting process would help make that more possible. Another thing, it's not large in terms of the magnitude of the problem, but vacancy rates have gone up in Encinitas. They've doubled over the last 20 years from about 4.5% to about 8.5%. We suspect that maybe because of outside investors and short-term rentals. However, I'd say the data is not totally conclusive. The reason I say that is because there's no official database for that. However, if a house is bought with all cash, sometimes that implies it may be more of an investment property, and the number of houses that have been bought all cash has increased considerably in Encinitas. And then, of course, increasing housing density. I know you all were talking about ADUs. Obviously, that increases density. More housing in any form will help the problem. More housing that is affordable helps the problem more directly and more kind of, I guess, in the shorter term. And then one last, so another component of all of this is sort of engaging with the community. In other cities that have continuously had approved housing elements and met their housing element targets, there's a constant dialogue with the community about the benefits of additional housing and also some of the negatives. So I didn't get into it too much in the presentation, but high housing costs have really a pervasive adverse effect on a lot of different components of the economy, of personal house finances. It's the largest driver for homelessness. So people talk about mental health issues or drug addiction, but really the biggest variable that's most correlated with homelessness is housing prices. So having a conversation with the community about that can be useful. One thing to note is if 2,000 housing units were built, which is about the number it would take to get Encinitas to be average to other cities in the United States in terms of the proportion of population to housing units, that would inject roughly $1.2 billion into the local economy. And that's based on looking at the average cost of building a house and then adding multiplier effects through the direct, indirect, and induced effects of economic impacts. And then you all are probably well aware of this, but of course the mood in Sacramento has changed. They've gotten much more aggressive about pushing and pushing and stipulating housing. And you all are also probably aware of the builder's remedy that comes with not having an approved housing element. Now, that's not an issue right now in Encinitas. I live in Los Angeles, and there's several cities up there where they did not have approved housing elements, and now there's very tall apartment buildings being constructed against the wishes of the city council. So that's always something to keep in mind, of course. But that concludes my part of the presentation. I'll turn it back to Joel.
Thank you, Stafford. So staff's recommendation, we are requesting direction from council to identify strategies outlined in the report or others that should be included in an action program to help reduce the risk of housing displacement and to ensure all residents have access to safe and affordable housing. The action program would be monitored annually as required under Housing Element Program 5C. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 requests to speak. I'm sure I have some public speakers, so you have preliminary questions? Okay. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Joel and Stafford, for presenting this today. There's a lot of information in this report, so thank you. I think it's really quite revealing about our community and kind of drills deep on what our data is and who we are. I'll get into more of that later, but I did have a couple clarifying questions to ask. You had said, I'd just like you to, Stafford, if you could shed a little bit of light on the statement you made about it looked like the vacancies might be due to all cash purchases and the connection you're making between that and investor purchases. And there's some, I don't get the connection there. Why would we assume that an investor purchase would leave the property vacant? Is there something I'm not understanding there?
Well, because it would then be used as a short-term rental unit possibly, or it's just not filled because someone overseas possibly bought it and hasn't moved in yet. Could be due to turnover. So that piece, like I said, I wouldn't say the data is super conclusive, but it's often used as a sort of proxy for that measure.
Okay, thank you for that expertise. My second question, and then that's all I have, is about the short-term rentals. I understand that one of the recommendations that you're suggesting is that we might improve or advance our enforcement of our short-term rentals, because you came up with a number for you tallied somewhere over 800 short-term rentals, whereas our documents show we have 481. And just could you shed a little bit of light on how come your number's so much different than our number?
Sure. We bought access to a investor database that shares and compiles, aggregates data from Airbnb and Vrbo and a couple others, and searches the data set, brings it together. And so we can see all of the houses that are on the market as short-term rentals.
Okay, we also have a service like that, but it sounds like you got different data than we did. Yeah.
Sure. This one's called Air DNA, I believe. Happy to share the data with you if you'd be interested.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right then. Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, digging a little deeper on the vacancy rate, I noticed it doubled from 2000 to 2020. What's normal? What would you expect to see in a beach community, Southern California, elsewhere?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in Carlsbad, for example, it's about 6%. In the county, San Diego County, it's around 6%. So I think that's probably...
And do you know what it was 20 years ago in Carlsbad or around San Diego? Did it also have a similar increase?
I do not believe it did have a similar increase in Carlsbad, for example, I know.
Okay.
I think it used to be 7% in Carlsbad, so it's gone down a little bit.
Oh, wow. And so, I mean, I know going around knocking on doors and talking to people, I do not see 8% vacant. So I would call into question the data and the trend. It seems wrong. But
sure,
as you said, I think the data is not super conclusive, were your words. And so.
Well, yeah, I can add that. So there's 2 sources of vacancy data. The data that we included in the report comes from the ACS, which is the American Community Survey, which is part of the United States Census. There is another figure that's put out by the state of California, and that number is a little bit lower. It's about 8% as opposed to 8.6. So both of those metrics point to sort of a similar trend, but you're right, they're not exactly the same.
Yeah. So moving on, rent burden. I wanted to make sure I understood the definition of rent burden. Does that only pertain to renters, the 1/3 of our population that rents, or does it also include mortgage burden, so to speak? So when you talk about rent burden as being a key indicator of displacement,
I believe it's just renters.
just renters. So we're really only talking approximately 1/3 of our population when you talk about our rent burden percentage. Okay, great. Let's see. And you made the comment about homelessness is a direct result of a lack of housing, but there was no data or no correlation study, or was there a correlation study in one of the footnotes? And if so, could you point me to it?
Sure, I believe there was one in the footnotes in the last section, section 4. I'd have to.
What page are you on?
Maybe it may. So on page 45, there are several references to studies down at the bottom in the footnotes. Page 55 on the packet, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, and last question. You talked about if we were to build an additional 2,000 houses, that would bring us up more in normal with the other, I assume, local cities. Does that take into account that 2,000 deficit? What about the over 1,100 that we've approved that are in the process of either approve in building or soon to be occupied? Would that cut into that 2,000?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yes, I just have a question for staff, actually, and thanks for the presentation. I thought it was really helpful. In the last attachment in the very lengthy report, there's a number of ideas to explore. And then in the staff report, I think there are about 6 or so, maybe it's 8, 6 recommendations. But what my question is there's an interesting one about naturally occurring affordable housing and how we can protect that, or try to prevent losing it. Have we explored ideas of what the city could do to assist with that? And maybe why wasn't it part of the recommendations?
Councilmember Blackwell, I think that, I'll let Stafford speak to this as well, but I would think that in terms of protecting that in light of the housing prices and the increase in housing prices, it's a difficult thing to do, because a lot of that is going to be generated through the increase in housing prices and the inability of folks to continue to pay the rents and or purchase a home in the city over time. So I think it's a very difficult place to put efforts. But I think that if the recommendations that we came forward with are really things that we think we could do and have an effect on.
Are there cities that are doing that? I don't know if Stafford could talk about that.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you were referring to.
But back in the list on attachment 2, there's, if you look, there's one about, sorry, I've lost my place as well, but it's about protecting naturally occurring affordable housing.
Sure. Number 25, okay.
There it is, yeah, 25.
Yes, there are cities, I know some programs in Washington DC, for example. This list, by the way, are not recommendations, just to be clear, but just more of policies that are used in different places.
Yeah, understood.
Happy
Yeah.
to share some examples of that if you're interested.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Thanks.
Sure.
But maybe more local as opposed to DC.
Sure.
But thanks.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to dig into the concept of tiny homes a little bit more. My two questions are, one, how can we as a city that has Prop A in place be accommodating tiny homes? And then the second question is, I know there's a lot of support, and even Commissioner Doyle came to speak to us recently about a situation where somebody had been living in a manufactured home, and because somebody reported them to code enforcement, we had to enforce that they needed to move out. So I know it's a controversial issue, but what would we as a city need to do to recognize tiny homes as well as manufactured homes? You know, I know we need to plumb them to begin with, but there's other actions that we need to take as well. So hopefully you can address those two questions.
As in terms of what can the city do, I'm not really at liberty to speak about how the city can adjust their, their policies in that regard. I guess, I would say just from sort of the economic standpoint that more houses, the better. So they would be encouraged, but I can't speak to specifically.
Councilmember Hensy, just in relation to tiny homes and like contrasting them with ADUs. Tiny homes don't have the same type of protection under the law in terms of ADUs are not considered density, according to state law. So that's something that's not wouldn't trigger Prop A, but I think that would be something that would be more difficult to do in recognizing tiny homes without kind of some other structure that would recognize them as not creating density.
Okay, so where we sit today under state law, it's not really a worthwhile pursuit for us to consider in the short term.
That's how I would look at it right now. I think if there are some changes to the state law and how we can address tiny homes, but I do think our continued efforts in the ADU front is something that would be very viable. We've been very successful at that. Though we're not the third largest city in San Diego County, we are the third highest ADU producing jurisdiction in the county.
That's awesome.
After the the city of San Diego and the county of San Diego.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Well, I will say, I know that we're not living in the right conditions to support tiny homes right now, but I am of the belief that this is a solution. And, I hope that I live long enough to see state law change in that way, and that we as a city can embrace that, because I think a lot of us live in neighborhoods where we're aware of people that are living in, situations like this, and they're some of our most vulnerable community members in terms of having stable housing. So I would just like to put that opinion forward, and that concludes my questions.
Yeah, to follow up on that, essentially, I know there was some talk about state legislation that would, small lot subdivisions would be allowed under state law. For the city of Encinitas to pursue small lot subdivisions would require a vote under our general plan because it increases the density of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, without having that law in front of me, that's my understanding, that there isn't the same type of
Yeah,
density
forget about the law,
protection.
but if we were tomorrow, say, yeah, let's look at creating small lot subdivisions out of a parcel that's in an R8 neighborhood or an R5 or whatever, and let's allow these people to put, create parcels that are smaller than normal. We would reduce our minimum lot size to whatever that would be. That obviously kicks in greater density and therefore would require a vote under our general plan.
Correct, and I think that'd be a contrast to SB 9, which is protected from that type of
So
consideration.
SB 9, if somebody wanted to do the duplexes, it might be possible to make that happen. But that's a little different than some of the proposals that I've seen for small lot, for tiny home subdivisions, which would allow the sale of the land underneath the tiny home, and so it's a different animal. I don't know that it's going to be something that we pursue. But the other comment that I would make, it seems like this attachment 2 appears to be something that you may have as a kind of a canned attachment, that maybe all of your reports get this because it goes into a lot of stuff that really doesn't apply to us. Is that accurate, or?
Yes, this was actually not intended to be included as an attachment in this regard. It was more just sort of a list of kind of like a tool set of here are various policy options that cities have pursued in different places, even in different countries. So, no, certainly not customized to Encinitas.
So then I would say to Director Kushak, the staff report says additional strategy identified by the consultant for consideration are included in attachment 2. Then maybe those aren't things that you're necessarily recommending, or is that, as I read that, maybe there are some things in there that you think we should be pursuing?
Yeah, I would say, Mayor Kranz, that they are, in the recommendation from the staff report, we said, that to look at the recommendations that we provided, and we just wanted to have council understand some of the other things that are out there. Not really recommending any of them, just kind of wanted them for council's information to understand other things that they may consider as they think are appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Public speakers, please.
Okay, we do have 4. Karen Schrader, followed by Scott Campbell with 2 time donations, one from Sandra Anderson, who's still here, and Ellen Burr, who's here, followed by Bob Kent, and then Kevin Doyle.
That was a really good report. I learned a lot. And everybody up there asked a lot of great questions. I just want to say thank you for that. I learned a lot. Karen Schrader, District 1, council members, mayor. I am here because I would like to have our council reject the displacement risk study. This is a diversion from what the focus will be, abundant housing with zero focus on affordability. It is already considered inhabitive to housing to require a 25 to 20% inclusion rate. Sometimes they start below 10, and Encinitas has a 10% requirement. The trick here is that the bar is set intentionally too high, so all the cities will fail RHNA. And city planning is tossed in favor of whatever developers want to build wherever. State laws are at odds with the HCD mantras of affordability. The prevailing opinion based on nothing is that trickle-down housing will fix the problems. I know I have some time, so on page 52, it talked about the L7 as as already being approved as a part of the study, and I think it would be better as a permanent farmer's market. I think that's my suggestion for that property. Please reject this. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so that last show went by a little bit fast, and I want to thank Captain Lawrence for the wonderful event last night. I met a lot of friends.
Can you stop his time? So Scott had some time contributions? Yes. From whom? Sandra Anderson and Ellen Burr. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Lawrence, for the wonderful event. I wish I could have talked with your staff more, but I was busy talking with the chair and the vice chair of the Public Health and Safety Commission for an hour. That was really wonderful. So anyways, Encinitas Citizen Review Panel has done a review of this report, and our ask is that you reject it. We are committed to educating the citizens of Encinitas, and we reviewed this, and there's a number of factual mistakes. So let's get into it. It's interesting you were talking about the vacancy. If that's really the number of STRs, then we're in big trouble, because I think that highly exceeds our permitted number. We got some bigger issues than people getting at risk. So anyways, there's a lot of assumptions in this report, and it seems like it's a answer seeking questions. The assumption is that displacement risk is a bad thing. There's been no society in history where gentrification has not been an issue. Neighborhoods go up, neighborhoods go down. People move in, people move out, everywhere. This is not an Encinitas thing. This is a county thing, this is a California thing, this is a statewide, worldwide issue. Every city has this. overall tone is density is great, everybody wants more. No, there's a lot of people in this room tonight that do not want more density. That's why we live in Encinitas. We didn't move to Encinitas so we could work in Encinitas. We moved to Encinitas because we were able to live in Encinitas and work in another city. There's a lot of professionals. They're not going to go work. They're not going to go live in UTC or wherever, or Kearney Mesa. They're not. That's why they live here. They live in Leeuwenhoek. They live in nice houses. Interesting, in this report, it assumes that L7 is dedicated to 100% housing. It assumes this. You're on record saying it's not a done deal. I'm really confused. This is splody head situations. These are reasons to reject this report. It talks about filtering. This is super interesting. It's a good concept. It applies probably in other cities across the nation, but it does not apply in any community in San Diego. Find me one neighborhood where old houses are going down in value. There's not one neighborhood. So this is bogus. This is one of the predications of the report. The triple report too. We need to provide jobs. The conclusions are interesting. It only assumes displacement risk is due to cost. There's so many other reasons for people to move besides lack of money. Lack of money has always been an issue. When I was a kid, affordability was an issue. Our parents had affordability. This is not a new thing. It talks about the vertical supply and demand. Our demand for housing is vertical. Any new housing, low income, is not going to change the retail value. In fact, it's proven over and over and again, real estate agents will tell you housing costs and rental costs equal out. It's the market. The market is huge. It works better than individual people can. People move to North County on purpose. It's not, oh, I'm going to live in San Diego. I get to. You have to earn your way to live here. You don't just get to stay here because you like it. Encouraging people to live beyond their means is really doing a disfavor to people. It's putting themselves at risk. In fact, these low-income houses, the saddest thing will be the person that qualifies and gets a good job and now is no longer to live anywhere. That is the worst thing that we can do. We're setting people up to fail if they think they're going to get in these low-income houses. Why are people moving out? It's much, much more than money. I know handfuls of people that moved here because they're sick and tired of California policies for various reasons all over the place. People get new jobs. If you worked in a place in Texas offered you twice the money, you're probably going to do it if you're tired and sick. Families. People that get a big family, that 2-bedroom apartment is not good. Well, we're going to move to Vista where we can get a nice 4 or 5 bedroom for the same cost. It happens. People get old. They retire. They move to Arizona. They move to Nevada. This has been going on for centuries too. These are natural occurrences. People cashing out too, these huge high values. People are taking the money and running. I don't blame them. We're talking about community character evolving and preserving. 12% of the population changes every year in the study. That's natural turnover, not due to any predatory. In fact, I don't think any of these housing elements are displacing any people. They're all vacant lots. Nobody's getting displaced. The report claims our housing density ratio is a problem, and I'm going to get to that. There's a slide on that. Nobody wants more density. We don't want to live in downtown New York or Hong Kong. So here's a nice chart. It shows income over time. This is a funny chart because it misses the middle of the data. And of course, income is going up over time. Nobody can afford a $2 million house on a $50,000 salary. That's just, I kind of object to the term immigrants and emigrants. That's redefinitioning. I'm not going to go there. This is probably the best slide. Housing peaked. You know why it did? Because we ran out of land. Not because we restricted it. We ran out of good land to develop on. And that's what happens. When density gets full, it builds up. Now we're trying to infill. ADUs, and we got vacant lots here and there. Why are we forcing this? Then the market will respond to this. There's other issues too. Encinitas never created jobs. We don't have Qualcomm. We don't have Viasat. We don't have Lake Technologies. But you know what? Those executives live here. And in fact, if Carmel Valley never came into being, our houses would be 4 or 5 times more than they are now. I guarantee that, because they would be living in Encinitas and not in Carmel Valley. Changing demographics, this is another good one. This chart shows, we're the light blue line right in the middle, that actually we have good housing density compared to some of our neighboring cities. What's our problem? We want to be more dense than San Clemente and Carlsbad? Is that something of pride? It's not. That's why we live here. People live here because we have really good schools. People will pay a lot of money to live in Encinitas because of our schools. They're going to compete. It's not for low-income people. It's for people that are competing and successful and striving. It's not a giveaway. State policies. We talked about this earlier. We really wish people would start opposing these things. All these state policies about density are designed to fail. They're intentionally designed to fail. Is any city in the state achieving their numbers? I heard Lemon Grove has a few good numbers, but nobody's achieving this. What are we going to do? We need to band together with these other states that are cities that are at least trying to do something about this forced mandates. We have all these costs. We hire staff. What's the result? We're getting nothing. The density in the housing is not getting done. Clark Avenue, that was 2 years ago. It's got homeless people and fires. These are some good charts. I wish I had more time. I'm going to focus on the purple one, the Live in Hain. And it shows that it's very low risk for displacement. It shows it's the highest in median risk. It shows that it's really low in population that rents. Medium in rent burden, which is interesting. And we go to the next one. It shows that people are college degree, yes, has a super high unemployment rate. The highest housing costs have high unemployment rates. This is across the board. These charts are suspect, and we really should challenge the data. And the back one, Landscaper Nation is dominating in Live in Hain. Look how they're owning a lot of those houses there. That's in slide 31. And they're at risk, but there are houses without a mortgage. Please reject this report. The North report was good. I review all the reports. They're all funny. We need to find some new consultants. Thank you for your time.
Bob Kent will be followed by Kevin Doyle and then Rhonda Graves.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident, part of Keys for Homes. I'm here in support of preserving and building more truly affordable homes here in Encinitas. There's definitely a lot of information to digest in this report. One of the key data points highlights how our high cost of housing units results in over 50% of Encinitas renters considered to be rent burden, and this number is rising considerably. What that means is that these households are spending more than 30% of their income for housing, forcing some households to be squeezed out here, or others having to make difficult decisions, like rent versus car repair, or health care, or access to healthier food. And without a strong financial footing, some community members, including our seniors, are living on the edge. One paycheck, one car repair, or medical emergency from potentially experiencing homelessness here in Encinitas. Now, this data is supported by the California Housing Partnership, which reports that renters in San Diego need to earn almost $46 an hour, more than $95,000 a year, to afford the average monthly asking rent, while our seniors on a fixed income and workers like teachers and school support staff, public safety and healthcare workers, and so many others who are commuting long distances or finding difficult living situations to stay here in Encinitas, the city they serve, they earn substantially less than $95,000. And getting into the weeds a little bit, as noted in this report, a disproportionate number of individuals facing eviction in Encinitas are women and individuals with disabilities. So this may be some lower-hanging fruit. I encourage the city to evaluate its eviction protections to ensure there are no landlord loopholes not closed by existing state law. And I think there's some examples of some other jurisdictions in San Diego County that are doing this, and to engage with the Legal Aid Society around this and to establish a robust eviction data collection mechanism which could help identify those individuals most at risk of eviction displacement. And I think that's real. And I think this approach is the best type of decision. The best type of decision outcomes are data-driven. Lastly, there is no one single solution to addressing our housing affordability challenges. We are not unique here in Encinitas to that effect. It takes regional collaboration, but we should do our part, and it takes a multi-pronged approach, including the inclusionary ordinance, building ADUs, fully funding our Section 8 program if that's possible, along with the city's efforts to build a 100% affordable community here in Encinitas. And I also think we should ensure the preservation of our mobile home parks, which is an essential part of our naturally occurring affordable housing stock. So thank you for making housing affordability a city priority, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Well, I wish I had some time donations on this one. I could go on for this for a while. So I read this report, and right off the bat, the thing that really jumped out on me, and this is something I've spoken on in this room before, is renters are our most vulnerable population. And I think, Bruce, I know you've heard me speak on this one. When we have housing element sites, and they're going to be all for sale, I don't like for sale affordable units. I don't think they're helping the community. There's a very small percentage of the population, maybe it's on their last house ever, can live their final days there. But if you were a young person to score one of those units, they're kind of like a trap. You're no longer on the hamster wheel. You're not going to make a lot of money on property. What we need is rental units. I mean, they're our most vulnerable population. That's where the youth are moving away. People can't afford it. Recently, Google changed their algorithm. They do that about once a year, so I've started getting a lot of things that didn't make it through my email or coming in. And one I left going is Zillow rental properties. I was looking for my sister-in-law a couple years ago. And geez Louise, one bedroom, if you can get one for less than $2,600 in Encinitas, it's a miracle. 2 bedrooms, $3,600, $4,800, $6,000. 3 bedrooms are absolutely off into la la land. So what I'd like to see is us, well, first off, I'm going to digress to the vacancy rates. Vacancy rates, 8.6, it's kind of meaningless unless we break out the owner-occupied units or the potential single-family residences versus the rental units. The rates are vastly different. Having a 5 or 6% rental vacancy rate is considered kind of normal. That's the churn that happens. You know, if you have a high above, say, 2, 2.5, 3 in single-family homes, then now that shows we've got ghost inventory. We have people who are holding those units off the market. So I'd really like you to see if you can dig into that, try and break those two numbers out. Rent burden, just like, you know, I've rented for most of my life, and I've always been rent burdened. You know, possibly because I live places where I shouldn't, living above my means, but 30, 40% of my rent has always been kind of common. Now, let's see, how am I doing? 28 seconds, okay. We need to address the housing overlay element priorities we have there. Right now, basically, people come in, it's either for sale, it's rental, we can't do anything about it. I'm thinking we should start mandating rental. We want more rental units. We need more rental units. They're the bridge housing that keeps our younger residents here. Without it, people move away. And if you can afford a $1.8 million house, which is the average price of single-family residence today, then you'll be okay. I'm not worried about those people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhonda Graves, Olevenheim. I didn't come here to speak about this item tonight, but I just can't resist. The price of Encinitas is nothing new. My husband and I bought our property in 1976, and we're too ashamed to tell anybody, friends or family in San Diego, what we'd paid, because we'd paid double what any other property of that size was in San Diego County at the time. But I really take objection to the comment made by your contractor that the people that are moving, or that are paying cash for their property, are usually developers, or almost always developers. I'm a member of San Diego Newcomers Club. We have close to 400 members, and most of them are people who have moved here. The rest of us retired or had a death in our family. I probably know 50 to 75 people who have moved here from Boston, New York, the Bay Area, and any place else. They moved here to be next to their kids, or they moved here just to move to San Diego, that paid cash for their homes. So I think this deal of it always being developers is totally wrong, at least in Southern California, coastal area. I know people that live on the beach in Solana Beach that paid cash for their house. I know people that live in Olevenheim that paid cash for their house. You ask me anywhere, I'll give you their names and addresses. My other issue is ADUs. In our neighborhood alone, we've had a lot of ADUs, but my question, Carrie, because I know the people in my neighborhood aren't low-income people. I'd like to know, is the city monitoring the ADUs to make sure that they're only being rented to low-income people?
Please speak to the council.
I'm sorry. I'd just like to know if the ADUs are being monitored, because I know when I spoke here last, they weren't. And yet, you want us to build them all over our neighborhood. My next-door neighbor has 2 of them. And I know for a fact they're not being rented to low-income people. Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break at this point.
Kevin may never get.
Okay, we're ready to get started again. Appreciate you indulging me. I had one of those situations that I needed to tend to very quickly, so. So we've heard from public speakers, and Councilmember Lyons would like to speak now.
All right, thank you. I'll just tee it up to share my thoughts and maybe ask a few questions along the way. I do appreciate the report in that it revealed a lot of data. I do see some things that don't make sense, and honestly, I believe that more data is required in order to make some of the things more evident and, help us understand a few things a little bit better. But at this point, we're looking at what we have, and it's up to us to make recommendations to staff tonight on what to pull from this that we see has value and we'd like to pursue, and perhaps in some cases get more information on before we make a final decision about what's in the best interest of our whole community regarding mitigating displacement. So one of the things I want to start with is just to touch back on what the beginning statements are in the document, and that is that the document's put together to mitigate displacement. And I really want to focus on that and pull from this report what the recommendations are and should be for us that mitigate displacement. I have a view of this that I'm not sure if my colleagues will share, but I don't believe that building more market rate housing mitigates displacement. I almost feel that building more market rate housing is contrary to mitigating displacement. So I'm not inclined to lean in the direction of saying more market rate housing will solve the issue we face with displacement, or we will face in the future with displacement. I would rather focus on who's vulnerable here in our community currently, and how are they identified in this document, and what other information do we need, and then really target our solutions and our recommendations based on addressing those vulnerabilities to help our citizens. So with that, I have a few things I want to touch on that come to light for me as the top priorities of what we should look at. First, I'd like to encourage more affordable housing, which to me seems like the top priority to mitigate for the displacement. And not only encourage more new affordable housing, but protect the affordable housing we already have in place. I understand this may be complex, and I understand it may not be the easiest problem to solve, but I have confidence that we are creative and we can come up with solutions that are unique to us, that help to encourage more affordability in our community, so that the citizens who live here can continue to make the choice to stay here if that is their choice. I also was intrigued by the item that's the vacant homes data. I hadn't really thought of it in terms of we've doubled our vacant homes, and what does that mean? I still am not real clear, and I think we understand there's some answers there that aren't quite clear yet in this report. But if we've doubled the vacant homes, then I'm concerned that we might be becoming the community that I don't want us to become, and that is second homes for the wealthy. I mean, we are all about our people. Having people who live in our homes is who we are. That's our community. And so to have homes that are left vacant without community in them seems contrary to the objective we want in our community. So I would like to look into vacant homes a little bit more to figure out what is that vacancy, and then how should we address it, and how should we encourage that not to happen in our community. I know that the report recommended a vacancy tax. I don't like the term tax, but what is intriguing about that is if that motivates people to put families in homes, then I support that. And also if that tax money or whatever it's called gets put aside in an affordable housing budget, in an affordable housing fund to help us build more affordable housing, it seems like then that's a direct and meaningful response to the fact that there is some vacancy in homes in our community. The next is the short-term rental enforcement. I believe we're doing much better with short-term rental enforcement than we were 3 years ago, even 2 years ago. I'm aware that we've collected $600,000 in fees and fines and corrected a lot of people who weren't compliant with our requirements over the last year. So I think we're doing better. But I'd like to really tease out where there's more opportunity to enforce our short-term rentals and move forward on that. Additionally, I'd like to, sorry, I'm going to jump around here. I think that the tenant concern as far as protecting tenants is a valuable item to pursue more of. We've talked about it. We've talked about fully funding our Section 8. We've talked about ways to protect our renters. I'd like to see where we can take more action there. I suspected, but I was a little bit shocked to see that most of the overburden, the rental overburden, is in my district in Cardiff. On the map that's been shown several times during conversation today, it shows that at least geographically, if we look at the geographic area, that more than 50%, more than half of the rent-burdened rentals are in the Cardiff district. And I've always known that in the Cardiff district, we're over 40% rentals. So this is a really important element of protecting the citizens in District 3. But that also applies to other districts throughout the city. So protecting tenants and also focused on where there's rent burdens and understanding what we can do and what we can't do there. I understand there are going to be limits. I've spoken with people in the community in the past about workforce housing, and I see that one of the recommendations in the back on the attachment is to catalyze employers to facilitate, to encourage workforce housing. I think that's very valuable of a goal too. I also think we could improve on our data that we normally keep, that we don't have to wait until we do a report like this to really take the pulse of where we are in the community. And so the city could look at ways and what kind of data and ways for us to collect better data so we understand where we're at in our community. And the last comment I have is about the entitlement process. And I've seen for a while that we could improve the efficiency of our own entitlement process. I see this is brought forward as a recommendation under this report, and I've always believed that it's something we can work towards, and I believe we are working towards it. So time is money for anyone who's wanting to get anything done in our community, whether it's an ADU, whether it's a housing element project. It goes the range. And so improving our entitlement process from the perspective of time frame and expediting the time frame without having any of the processes or requirements for protection that we value so much removed, but just be more efficient ourselves as a city to process plans when they're submitted. Those are my initial thoughts. I just wanted to share those.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, So there's a lot of data here, and I think I question some of it and some of the conclusions drawn. I'll start out with the vacancy rate. I did notice page 42 said that 23% of the Encinitas residents work from home, which is double the county average, county and San Diego average, or state average, actually. And my personal experience is I've met quite a few people that moved in from very high cost, high income locations with cash and bought houses here during the pandemic and immediately after, when they could work remotely. And we've seen a commensurate increase in the number of work from home. And I think that could explain the overestimation of the vacancy rate. So I don't believe the vacancy rate is the problem. And whether it's 6%, I would like to either look deeper into that or learn more. Fundamentally, I do not support a vacancy tax as an approach. I think it's problematic to implement, and I don't support it philosophically. Let's talk about rent burden, and I think if we could, you had the chart, but if we, I can refer to pages. I think on page 22, we had the rental rates over time. And I don't know if you can bring that up. Page 22 of the report, of the staff report, I should say. Page 13 of the risk analysis, whichever. And what it shows, it shows the kind of inferred knee in the curve. But I want to point out, and I think you pointed out during your discussion, that this is right after the Great Recession. So from property prices peaked in roughly 2005, maybe 2006, and then dropped precipitously, 2007, 8, and then started slowly climbing back up. And I think, in fact, what we're seeing here is that. So if you go to page 25, I believe it is, or maybe it's 26. You see a little longer term view in the percent housing units to population. And you'll notice that we see the number of units in Encinitas growing in the 2000, 2004, 2008, and then the ratio of population dropping. And this all seems to mirror what was going on with the recession, coming out of the recession, more people moving into less houses. But it also shows that we've built more houses going from 2000 to 2020 than our neighboring cities. We've gained on every other one of the cities, right, compared to our population. You look like you want to comment. Please do. I'm trying to figure out, what am I not understanding here?
Well, we'll just said that's the ratio to population. So it's also a factor of how many people are living in those cities.
Okay, so why did we, one of the metrics you talked about earlier is that we were short 2,000 right now today, and we've approved roughly 1,100 units. So we or more, actually it's more than 1,100, plus all the other ADUs and units we will be approving. So we're making up that deficit, but even before we made up that deficit, apparently, according to this chart, we were making up that deficit beforehand. Is that or is that not true? I mean, because you were talking about this ratio as being the deficit. So my point is, we've been doing something right in spite of Prop A. That Prop A didn't stop it, didn't shut it down. And so I think there's quite a few, and you know, full disclosure, I'm the author of Prop A. I was the prime spokesperson for Prop A, and one of the reasons I ran was because the previous council was trying to reverse it, and I want to have a hand in that in the future. So I don't agree that Prop A is the cause of the problem. Prop A did nothing more than take a city council supermajority vote away. The general plan always had a requirement for a vote of the people to increase zoning density. And so that did not change. All it did was take away the ability for future councils to bypass that vote. And so I don't think you Your conclusion that you drew multiple times in here, about 6, 7 times in here, and the way Prop A is presented on the graphs as though it's an implication that everything went wrong after Prop A. It's not a conclusion I can draw from the data in front of me.
No, I agree with that. Sorry if that was communicated. I don't think it's the causal mechanism either.
Well, on page 16, you said, yeah, the problem will continue to happen into the future unless policymakers change the city's housing laws or voter initiatives such as Prop A. So it's explicitly written in here multiple times in this report. And I'm just wanting to point out, I don't agree with that. I think that's, the comment I wrote down here, causal versus correlation. And then I thought one of the other statements made on page 54 in the report, that Encinitas City Council has little control over the level of demand for housing in Encinitas. Most of the demand is determined by large regional forces such as macroeconomic conditions in Southern California, regional immigration, and national monetary policies that impact mortgage rates. I completely agree with that statement, and I think that is the predominant force happening here. It's economics here. The other comment I wrote down is, and I think Scott Campbell made a similar comment, the growth of Qualcomm, Viasat, and some of the other large employers, even the universities here in town, have driven our housing costs demand more than anything else, and that, and you're an economist, supply demand, that's what's driven it up. Okay. I talked about the cash payments. You made another comment about people are moving further away based on the commute time. And I would argue that commute times have gone up also because of slower commutes. And how ironic, we're talking about lowering speed limits tonight too, but that's a whole nother matter. So I would argue that people are maybe a little bit moving further away, but not like they did in the 80s and 90s when they were moving to Temecula. I find more people are not commuting from there because it takes too long now with the slower commute. So I would argue people are actually just have slower commutes is the predominant cause of that. But I didn't see the data that argued it either way. And then, well, I think, let's see, rent burden. The last comment is rent burden as an indicator of, you agree that it's a prime indicator of displacement risk. Yet, and this is another case that Prop A was not the cause, roughly between 2000 and 2010, rent burden went from 41% to 49.7%. This is pre-Prop 13, went up 9 percentage points. Before Prop A, well before Prop A. And then from 2010 to 2020, it only went up another roughly 2 points. So that data is in direct opposition to trying to blame Prop A. So with that, I'll yield and I'll probably have more comments.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yeah, thank you. I know there are some discrepancies we might have with the report and the data, but I think overall, we do know that housing costs have gone up, and it is harder for people to continue to live here due to those higher costs. And I think that does affect renter market higher than others, perhaps. But so I was tracking along with with Councilmember Lyons and Councilmember Ayler's comments, and I do agree with many of what was offered, and so I'll give my input. I agree very much with that statement of the focus should be on more affordable housing, both new and existing or naturally occurring. And whatever we can do there will help. It will help the kind of balance out that statement I made. I think I'm also very interested in the vacancy data, but I think we need to dig into that, and that would be my direction, would be to dig into it more, to understand it, separate it out a little bit more. I don't think we are ready to jump into a vacancy tax, but I would like to really understand that data. And then short-term rental, absolutely, we have seen some gains from enforcing that better. And it's interesting that the study had a pretty big gap, what the city's data has versus that publicly available information on what's being rented as short-term rental. I think we need to look at that and reconcile that data and also go after better enforcement. That seems like a valuable investment. We get a return on that, but also the short-term rental is not what we want our community to become, and it does help drive up housing costs. And then protecting tenants, I'm not suggesting rent control here, but I do agree with Councilmember Lyons' statement about doing more to fully fund Section 8, to do more to prevent those rent evictions. And I think those are real. I know Scott Campbell made a comment about people aren't being displaced, but when you see it happen, it's heartbreaking, right? And it happened at the end of Hillcrest. We know that. An apartment was renovated. They, met the standard for renovating it. It's privately owned, but all the tenants were moved out, and none of them moved back in. They could not afford it. The rents were tripled. We have to figure out how to stop that from happening to that degree. And I know it's difficult, but we could get very creative here and really understand what some communities are doing on deed restriction and other things. I think that's all I really want to say. Yeah, and I think the last was on the eviction data. It would be helpful. It's really difficult to get our arms around that and understand it, but trying to find better mechanisms to understand the eviction rate and why those things are happening and to whom. And that's it. Thanks for the report.
Thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I don't have too much to say. I think a lot of this, we're reiterating some of the asks that we had from our equity study conclusions. And to echo what my colleagues already said, I do support tougher STR restrictions. I don't want to see rental stock being lost to an STR that then remains vacant for 6 months out of the year. So if there is a way that our vacancy assessment that we're going to do can tap into, what percentage of the year is a short-term vacation rental just sitting empty, and either require it to have more dates that it's available, which would mean the price probably has to come down, which means we might be able to fulfill some low-cost visitor serving accommodations with those as well. I'm in support of that. I also, a lot of the stories of rent evictions have made it to us as council members. It's heartbreaking to hear it. I'd like to prevent that. I just want to say, I think when Development Service Director Kushak brought forward the Section 8 staff member, I think you had support from most of us, and it was mainly just a timing issue, but I do want to highlight that this was a real tangible step that you put forward that we can take action as soon as we have that person in place in allowing residents to stay here who have qualified for Section 8. So I do hope that's something that we can support when budget time comes around. And it's so true for so many of these things. Like, if we're going to do more, then we're going to have more staff that can carry out those programs, that can be doing the oversight of SDRs, that can be making sure that we're matching Encinitas residents to the affordable housing that we're creating. So I do want to just acknowledge that. Like, we might send you off into the hinterlands to go devise new ordinances and things, but it's going to take staff power to actually execute that and make sure that we're making good on it. And then one other thing well, actually, I will comment that, so the R15 sites that have come up are high-density housing sites. I believe there's only one that ultimately made it to for-sale housing, and that's at Fox Point Farms. And I have had several friends who have been able to achieve homeownership through this project who otherwise wouldn't have had an option in our city, just because of the density. The units are smaller, and we haven't created that kind of small unit inventory in our city in many years, as you can see from these graphs. So there's an aspect of density that I do support, which means that even if we have to create 80% market rate with every 20% that we create for affordable, we are creating a smaller format that we don't usually see in the city. So for that aspect, I'm grateful to at least Fox Point Farms. The issue, I forget which number it was on this list of things, but it's essentially, number 6, condo conversion regulations. So the rest of our R30 sites, they are going to be for rent, And I think that we should be on top of this issue in making sure that if they're going to be for rent, we're not seeing condo maps coming forward where people do want to turn them into for sale housing and then improve them so much to the point that they don't meet the requirement of market rate housing by design or middle rate housing by design. So if there are some cities that are already going through that and there's some things that we can plagiarize, I hope that we do that, because I think we will run the risk of seeing some of those units, rentals, flip over to condo maps if we're not careful of it. And then the last thing that I want to say is in the South County, I think maybe National City in IB, they've gone through the experience of seeing their mobile home parks change hands. And I understand that mobile home parks are regulated by the state of California, so it's difficult for the city to come forward with some ordinances that would protect tenants there. But I think there's some state legislation coming forward specific to those cities to allow some protection. And if we can support bill at the state level that would help us support mobile home parks, these are so critical to us. So maybe even we can tap some resources from the county that have learned through the processes of these other cities and see what can we do here locally to either keep from displacing those tenants if the parks go up for sale, or there's a different use that developers might have for those mobile home sites. But those are my comments, and thank you for the efforts. It was interesting to read the data of a lot of things that that I already know, but seeing so many of my friends who I grew up with here be displaced due to costs, be displaced due to the fact that you just can't afford to move back here, even if you're making six figures, it starkly contrasts with a lot of my other friends from college who moved back to the cities where they grew up and are living in multi-generational situations. So the data was helpful, and I do think it's incumbent upon us as council members to make sure that we're providing for our residents who live here, grow up here, give back to this community, and are definitely part of our fabric. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and so, one of the things that I was scratching my head about in reading the report related to that line about Prop A, and, it's on all the graphs, right? And I didn't see, it didn't really mean much to me. It wasn't clear how Prop A was supposed to have affected that. And as was pointed out by Councilmember Ehlers, this city was incorporated and wrote a general plan that included the requirement to vote on upzoning. As he mentioned, it was later changed to allow a supermajority to approve upzoning, which is why we had some housing element, or excuse me, some specific plans that were approved without a vote of the people, though those specific plans included an increase in density. So I think that these graphs should be, before we accept this as a final product, that the graph should have that Prop A line removed. And then to go back to the paragraph that Councilmember Ehlers read out, analyzing housing in Encinitas, it is clear that displacement has already been occurring for a number of years and will continue to happen into the future unless policymakers change the city's housing laws or voter initiatives such as Prop A. Did you write that paragraph?
Yes.
And is it your professional opinion that Prop A is such a significant contributor to displacement that it warranted mention in there?
I think it's representative of policies that inhibit increased density and therefore increased housing supply.
I see. So, yeah, you're correct. Displacement has been occurring for a number of years. In fact, I moved here in 1960. My parents bought our house on the corner of Cornish and Requesa for $12,000. It has, over the last 5 or so years, since sold for about $1.7 million. Very little change to the home, believe it or not. So that, I think, is like a pretty good example of what's causing displacement in Encinitas. If you're fortunate like I am, that my in-laws' home, my mother-in-law wanted my wife to be there to care for her into her old age. So I am the beneficiary of intergenerational wealth. But there are a lot of people that I attended school with over the years that can't afford to live here. And, part of the displacement, frankly, is this used to be an agricultural community, a floricultural community. Displacement included the sale of land that was at one point growing flowers because the value of the land was so significant. And so, displacement's been with us long before we incorporated. And so it's going to continue as long as the value of the land continues to remain quite high. I do think that the multifamily projects that we're building is going to have an effect on rents around the city. I have heard people say what you said, which is it's a market matter, right? Supply and demand. So if the supply is increased, we should be seeing some reductions in rent. But we're currently in the middle of a pretty significant economic experiment to see if that actually happens. We did it basically because it was required by law. And so there is that. But I think the thing that I would like to see is we have the study, this study was required by our housing element. That we had the other equity study that was required by the housing element. From that, we sent you back to look at a list of items. And this report doesn't have quite the same convenient list of items that attachment to me has got a lot of stuff in it that really just does not apply. It's not anything I'd ever want to see happen around here. But it would be good when you bring back the equity study list of items and recommendations for us to consider, that you pick up what you think we should be doing from this report and include that in the report that you're going to bring for the equity study. Is that something you think you could do?
Mayor Kranz, I think that there's a good amount of overlap in terms of the tools available to the city between the Equity Action Plan and this study, and I think that is something that we could bring back together. I think it's important for compliance with our housing element that we have two distinct plans, but I think that some of the elements of those plans between the Equity Action Plan and a Displacement Action Plan, the elements could be similar. But yeah, I do think that's something we could do.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I just had a few things to add. I think I already talked about vacancy tax. I also wanted to make sure rent control, I completely agreed with your assessment of rent control, the economics of what happens when you do rent control, so I would oppose rent control for the very same reasons you did. I really appreciate the comments from my fellow colleagues about enforcement of the short-term vacation rental, and I think that would be one of the factors here. We want to make sure we know what the percentage is. We want to make sure we're regulating the ones that are active and that it's not taking a exorbitant share of our available housing stock. So I would support that. I support if Mayor Kranz is offering it, removing the Prop A lines on those charts. I thought they were inappropriate to put there, and I would even like you to review some of your statements that without, and I would call them unfounded statements that blame Prop A, because I think you have to look back at the general plan like we already spoke. I would also support the mobile home park protections, which, by the way, we have all through our general plan from the original general plan. So we've always seen mobile home parks as a prime source of lower income housing and something that should be protected. And in fact, in the discussions, the subcommittees that the mayor and I have been having with the public on, and various other members of our city commissions on the El Camino Real specific plan, the most recent version removes the mobile home park from any rezoning. And I think that is a good step towards protecting it. Fox Point Farms, I know you, I think, Kelly, you were talking about the low income units, because I know the one bedroom units, I just looked at them, We're selling for $850,000 roughly starting, up to $950,000 in future renditions, and they may go up from there too. So, I don't know what income it requires to have that, but certainly it's not low income and not even necessarily affordable to families. We're talking about 1 to 1.5 bedroom units, roughly 900 square feet. And the sales price, I think, for one of the lowest ones I saw was $847,000, and then goes up from that in future phases. So,
No, I wasn't talking about the affordable solely. It's the market rate that is a smaller format than most of the single-family homes available in the city. So my friends who are professionals making very good money can't afford otherwise in the city, even at market rates. But they can afford there.
but they can, okay,
They can.
good. Yeah, and that is a good example of a project that the density actually didn't go to the max. It was well under the max, so, it shows that we can build stuff at structurally more affordable, I won't call it affordable, but more affordable than the maximum, not everything has to be maximum density, 6-story to make it affordable, so, by that example. So those are my comments, and do you need a motion and do we need to include any of the comments?
I think that I would move what I suggested, which was to bring, intermix recommendations that staff believes would be appropriate for us to pursue further in the report that they bring back from the equity study.
Based on our comments to them, our input
Well,
to them?
based upon our comments, yes, and their professional judgment. So it's kind of a little both.
Okay.
Because we didn't go over point by point. When we did the equity study, we were much more specific point by point.
Yeah.
We've got this 3-page list that was attachment 2 that I think I'm not interested in going through it point by point. But we've made some points, I think, as a group, and I think my hope is that that would be incorporated in what you include in the report back on the equity study.
And based on that comment, I'll second it.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask for a clarification? May I ask for a clarification on that from staff? Are we required to have a displacement action plan that's separate? Or you mentioned that earlier, so could you clarify that a little bit, Carrie?
Yeah, so similar to the equity action plan, the housing element program that required this study asked for us, the city, to develop an action plan to address these issues. So yes, we do need an action plan to satisfy the housing element program.
Okay, could it be accommodated as part of the equity plan? I'm just wanting to make sure we give a final deliverable that meets the requirements.
Yeah, I think as I said a few moments ago, that it would be important to satisfying the housing element programs that we have 2 separate plans. However, the fact that they would contain some of the same elements, I don't think is an issue. So I think that that's something that we could look at in terms of, there are several of the things we heard tonight that we talked about, the night we talked about the equity action plan. I think I heard a couple of other things as well that I think are items that, we can also include. I think that, one of the things that I would like to ask for clarification on is, quite a few of the council members talked about vacancy analysis. And I'm just wondering if that's something that would like to be pursued, because that's not something that's part of the equity action plan discussion. But I think really most of the other things that have been brought up this evening relate well to a lot of the things we heard in the action plan.
I would like to consider that when you bring these things back. I think the vacancy question, there were several raised here. I don't think there's enough information about how the vacancy rate was established, what factors went into it, and I know it's probably an art, not necessarily a science. I do think that some of the vacancies that we have in our city are related to very wealthy people who have 2 homes. And I've had people argue with me that we should be more liberal with our short-term rental permitting, because these folks would happily put people in their homes on a short-term basis. But there are people that don't have to have people in their vacation home. So, you know, it's to me, spending a whole lot of time digging into what the the vacancy rate is and what makes it is going to probably involve another consultant and more study and additional information gathered, and I'm not sure to what end that we would have that. Councilman Raylers.
Yeah, and let me, as far as the vacancy rate, if we don't want to look, I'm okay with not looking at it, but as long as we're not looking at any sort of vacancy tax or anything associated with addressing the vacancy rate, then I'm happy. I don't believe the data is accurate of what's been presented. I think there are self-admitted holes in it, and unless and until we look into it further, which I would support not doing that, then we just don't move forward on anything leveraging that data.
Yeah, I'm not interested in a vacancy tax, especially for residential. I do think that there's might be some value to exploring it for commercial, because I believe that there are some factors to our vacant commercial properties that are related to, you know, this notion that, yeah, I can get that $8 a square foot, and you know, it's I think hurting our business districts. But that's a different conversation for a different day. That's just throwing my 2 cents in on that. So, is everybody clear on the motion? Okay. We have a motion and a second, so.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for speaking to these issues. With that, we will move on to we're moved on to 10B. Whew, we're not moving at a brisk pace tonight. How does this go away? How does this go away? Okay, we have traffic engineer Bandigan and engineer Chris here tonight.
Yeah.
To present to us their first blush look at Assembly Bill 43 implementation.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and Mayor, City Council, community, and staff. I just want to introduce Abe. As you know, the city has an opportunity to capitalize on Assembly Bill 43 on reduction of speeds in the city, citywide. And there's 2 categories that will be looked at to do that, and Abe will present that tonight. He has a brief presentation on how we got here and where we're going and how it's going to benefit the community. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of public. This item was presented to council in October last year. As you all are aware, AB 43 was passed, and as Chris mentioned, it does give us some new opportunities to lower speed limits in the city. The current speed law, our speed limits are set based on 85th percentile. There is an engineering and traffic survey. I'm not going to go too deep into that today. Already been discussed. With the AB 43 passing on October 21, it's now giving us more options and more flexibility to lower our speed limits citywide. The reason that we had to wait until from October 21 till now was California Vehicle Code had to be modified, which it was. California MUTCD was later on modified based on the California Vehicle Code. Now we have all those 2 documents updated. When we presented this to council in October, council directed us to prioritize and try to maximize our opportunities of implementation of these lower speed limits. We put together a prioritization process that we thought had a good logic to it. Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission reviewed it in February, They blessed it unanimously, and they suggested we added 2 streets to the list of the streets. I'll go a little bit more into it. They suggested we add Eolus and Hymettus. Current process, again, it's a standard practice, 85th percentile. There's an example that shows it perfectly well. We have a 47 mile per hour, for example, 85th percentile. Right now, we have to round it down or round it mathematically. We can, if it's 43, we can go to 40. If it's 47, it rounds to 45. Currently, we have an option if there is a specific condition such as a high collision history, the road lacks bicycle or pedestrian facilities, there is bad geometry to the road, to lower it by additional 5. So right now, I am allowed for a road that's 47 mile per hour speed survey to make it 40. That's the current practice. Now with AB 43, on top of this, we'll have an additional 5 mile per hour reduction. There was some confusion when I was writing the report. There was like additional 5, so I wanted to clarify what the existing process is, and what AB 43 will not give us an additional 10 miles, only an additional 5 over the current practice. A sample speed survey that our deputies take to court if the ticket is challenged. As Chris mentioned, AB 43 gives us 2 opportunities now. One is establishing safety corridors in the city, and then second is establishing areas with high concentration of bicyclists and pedestrians. For each one of these 2, MUTCD has provided new guidelines based on CVC. Safety corridors, it says you have to keep your safety corridors that you select up to 20% of the roadway network of the city, which is approximately 34 miles based on our data. And we have guidelines, and we have to select those safety corridors based on our 5-year collision history, which we used, as I'll mention, data from 2018 to 2022, the 5 years that we had full collision history for. For the second one, for roadways adjacent to facilities that generate high concentration of bikes and peds, MUTCD gives us a big list of generators that can be interpreted as locations with high concentration of bikes and peds. Basically, anywhere within quarter mile of all these generators can be categorized as a high concentration of bike and peds. And if you recall, in October, I was saying this piece will give us a lot of flexibility. Basically, anywhere in the city can we somehow tie to one of these generators and be within quarter mile of that. Now, we didn't go that far. What we suggest to the Mobility Commission is to first maximize our safety corridor, because those are based on collision history, very easy to justify. We're going 20% of our city roadways. And for our high concentration of bikes and peds, we are recommending to start with only quarter mile of our schools as a first phase. We can go further, as I mentioned. Also, as we promised to the City Council, any road with a speed limit of 30 or higher, we will also include in this. So these are the lists of the roads that, based on the collision history, could be categorized as our safety corridors. These are approximately 20% of the city network. I think the total is around 32 miles or so, very close to our maximum allowed. Now, there are roads that, this is the map of the city that shows all of our roads with 30 mile or higher. Now, not all of these could be included in our safety corridor due to their collision history and due to the fact that we had to be maximum 20%. So roads like La Costa wasn't included in the safety corridor because we were at 34 and we didn't have the collision history. And there were some other roads. So we tried to use the high concentration of bikes and peds to bring all the other roads that were 30 mile or higher into this AB 43 implementation. So this second list is all the remaining roads that had the speed limits of 30 or higher, but were not included in our safety corridor. These still can be categorized as high concentration of bike and ped because they are within quarter mile of a crosswalk, a traffic signal, a sidewalk, a bike lane, or all those other criteria that MUTCD allowed us to use to identify roads with high concentration of bike and ped. So this list of roads with the previous safety corridors basically is every road of the city that has 30 mile or higher road, on top of higher speed limit. On top of that, we have the quarter mile of our schools that we're recommending going from existing prima facie 25 to a 20 mile per hour, which would require additional signage. None of those residential local roads currently have speed limit signs. We would have to do a good educational campaign citywide before July 1 and post some signs to notify public that these streets around the schools are now going to be 20 mile per hour. This is the map that shows the blue ones are the roads that are currently 30 mile or higher. They will all go down by 5. And the red ones are all roads within quarter mile of our schools. Pretty much all of these red ones are now 25 prima facie, not posted, but they're standard prima facie 25. These all will be 20 mile per hour, but have to be posted. And our scheduling that we presented in October, we're following the same schedule. If this is blessed by council tonight with any revision or modification or direction of change, we have to come back with an actual ordinance next month. Ordinance has to be adopted, and then we would have to replace signs and add new signs as needed on all these roads. And from July 1, our sheriff's deputy will be able to start enforcing with that ordinance that would be taken to court if the tickets are challenges. We anticipate some complications when it's to start rolling out, and judges will start interpreting these codes and California Vehicle Code and our METCD, but we cannot really foresee. We have to wait and see how they read this, if they read it similar to how we read it or not. Thank you. I did go a little quick because you've all had seen this before, so I just added a few slides to the previous presentation. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Okay, Councilmember Ayers.
Yeah, I was looking at a lot of great roads. Village Parkway. I noticed it was a blue one over 30, but I didn't see it in either one of your lists. Was that for a reason, or because it's currently 40 miles an hour limit, and we'd actually be lowering Rancho Santa Fe Road, El Camino del Norte, and Lone Jack lower than Village Parkway, right in the middle of Village Park.
Isn't this Village Park? I think this is Village Park. This blue with the red over, so it's both.
But I didn't see it in your list of roads.
Oh.
And maybe you intended it to be there, in which case, if you could add it, that'd be great.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I
If
think
it's
you
not
probably
there, then
intended.
it's
You know what? I got a little confused because it's both red and blue, and the red kind of overwrote the blue a little. You had to see the blue edge, so I wanted to make sure that got caught. And probably the same comment applies over in Cardiff, the Via Cardiff. I think that's another above 35 road, and I didn't see it on the list, so.
And Councilmember Ehlers, the beauty of this is there'll be a second bite at the apple by all council, which is excellent when the ordinance comes before you. So the feedback tonight is great, and any input from the community would be also acceptable to add into this. So that's the nice thing about tonight, having this before you.
And based on earlier comments, was there something about Eolis and Hymettus being added, or?
So they didn't make the cut to the quarter mile radius of Paul Icky that we had, and as you've heard from members of public, because of being in a very high fire severity zone, our fire department could not accept speed cushions in there, and our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission thought this would be a good opportunity now that they cannot qualify because of our fire department's concern. It might be good, although they don't get to the quarter mile of the school, but we have other options to include them in the high concentration of bike and ped.
Okay, I
to add them to the list.
appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Councilmember Hensy.
A question of clarification, the caveat that you gave, which, well, let me back up. The Quail Gardens Drive public comment that we got, that they wanted the speed limit to be raised even lower, were you saying that that's not possible because of, we can't go 10, we could just go 5 down?
From what we have out there, we can only go 5.
So the request that was put in by the public commenter, we can't honor tonight?
There is no option for a 10. We can do a new survey. If the new survey comes back 5 lower than what's out there right now, then I'll have an additional 5 with AB 43.
Okay, so maybe that's something we do after we implement the traffic calming measures?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I think, if I'm understanding correctly, not all the streets were listed specifically in the agenda item, but the map is what dictates what the proposal is? Is that
Correct. Mostly my explanation, there are roads in there because the road for quarter mile of the schools was generated by our GIS department. So there are roads that you see only half the road was colored. So that doesn't mean that only half of that road will become 20 mile per hour. When we come back with an ordinance, we'll generate an actual list that council can review, and it will have begin end for each road that says, okay, this is the segment of the road, this is the existing speed limit, this would be the future speed limit.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. In that regard, this may be why I have this question, but on our list, it says San Elijo is under the safety corridor umbrella, and I also see that it's identified where it's near schools as the high concentration of pedestrian and bike. But there's a segment of San Elijo that's missing. It's from Manchester over to Chesterfield. Whereas that section is the narrowest and curviest and lowest visibility of many roads in our community, and I would wonder, would that be then included, or how is that section right there?
I got to look into it. If it's 25 mile per hour, there is a chance that it's currently 25 because of the geometry. If
Yeah.
it's 25, it is not within quarter mile of Cardiff, so that's why it wasn't highlighted in red, and it's not highlighted as blue because it's below 30. But that's a good comment for continuity purposes. Maybe we can continue San Alejo in that curvy stretch and maybe make that 20.
Let's look at that then. That would be my suggestion to add. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yeah, could you just go back to the Eolis Hymetis comment you were making? So, right, so they didn't qualify for the speed bumps due to fire safety in the zone they're in. MTSC asked that they be included in the speed reduction under AB 43. But they're not listed here. So is the intent to then include them in the final list?
I would need, because as you know, our mobility and traffic safety role is advisory.
Yeah.
I can only pass the recommendation to council, but I would need council direction for them to be added.
I would
If you
like to give that direction.
You can add it
Yes,
into the
very
motion,
much
absolutely.
so. I'm giving that direction as part of our comments tonight.
Yes, and so to be clear here, and I looked in this, the streets that caught my eye, if you look at, for example, in the vicinity of Paul Ecke Central School, I get that GIS gave you a diameter and turned all those streets red, but where it says Sunset Drive and Ocean View Avenue, you will fill Ocean View and Sunset in as red from one end to the other, so there's not a change in speed limit on those streets?
So if it's around there.
So there are a few. So for example, there's Sunset Drive and Ocean View. Half of Ocean View is red. And as it gets further south, it's not red anymore. You're not suggesting that it's going to be, the red part will be 20, and then you're going to have a sign that says speed limit 25, right where that line ends?
No, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we will complete all these half
Okay.
segments when we come back with the ordinance.
Which brings me to Calle del Sereno. I don't think it needs to be, I mean, they would probably love to have it be 20 miles an hour, but that is a cul-de-sac. And I don't think that's one that we really necessarily need to concern ourselves with. However, Hygeia, all the way to Sanford, is a prime bike route for parents and young students riding their bikes to school. And so for that reason, I would argue that not only Eolis and Hymetis, but Hygeia also be in that whole length of Hygeia. And maybe, again, you're planning to make the whole street red, and maybe you're going to make that 20 miles an hour all the way down to Sanford. I think it warrants that. So I support the comment of Deputy Mayor, and Eolis, Hymetis, and Hygeia should all be 20s. I'm very much looking forward to taking these steps. I do think, that these half-red streets that are going to be fully 20 miles an hour is a very important part. So looking forward to the red being extended, and so that the next map that comes back will have it a little more complete. So Urania Street for Capri Elementary School, should be from Leucadia Boulevard on down. Clark, half red. So I'm glad to hear you're going to be doing that. And we were looking tonight for, we've given you some feedback. Oh, public speakers. Oh, my
Yes.
gosh. Oh, yeah, forget you all.
We do have 3 public speakers, Christine Schindler, Michael von Neumann, and then Judy Burlfine.
Sorry, Christine.
So not too much, Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. This is really positive. So slower speeds is so important for safety on our roadways. I appreciate the effort done by staff. I actually put this in writing, but I think it's important to show up in person to support the effort and the progress being made. I know this is a continuation. I look forward to slower speeds across our community and the safety that it will bring. I just wanted to mention, I think it's real important that we do community outreach around this so that people understand why it matters, why it's important to slow down vehicles, what it does for our community, for all road users. So I hope that there will be a lot of community outreach associated with this. In other communities, they have campaigns around 20 is plenty. So I think we can just benefit by what other communities are doing and just use the same sort of campaign in our community so that people are aware of it, they understand why it's important, and then hopefully they embrace it and actually slow down. So I just want to thank you all for your efforts, your support of this. And Michael and Judy will speak to other things.
I saw a nice bike league video today, 20 is plenty. It was well done.
Good evening. My name is Michael von Neumann. I live in East Encinitas, and this is wonderful. In 2014, I started paying attention to what was going on our streets, and what caught my attention was a proposal to increase the speed on Requesa from 25 to 35. And I go, that doesn't make sense. So I started paying attention. I started going to traffic commission meetings, council meetings, and I don't think in any of these meetings over the last 10 years I have ever heard anybody say, we need to increase our speed limits. So I think that the public is behind doing this. I agree with Christine that the education is going to be very important. We're going to also, I think the city is going to have to spend some more money for sheriffs for the enforcement part, because if there is no enforcement, you can put anything up, but if there's no enforcement, it's not going to work. But this is really the most impactful step the city has taken to improve the safety for all road users. I drive a car, I ride a bike, I kind of walk. But now this is going to make it a lot safer and better chance of me seeing age 75. So thank you very much. But I also want to thank the staff, Abe and his team, for actually spending all this time and looking at all the roads that can qualify under AB 43. I don't know of any other cities that are taking this proactive approach. And the fact that he is doing this in such a way to be ready on July 1 is very commendable. So thank you very much.
Judy Burlfine, thank you. I agree with everything they said. I'll repeat what I've said up here before that you all know. If I or you or your kids or your parents get hit by a car going 40 miles per hour, if there are 10 of us, 9 of us will die. If their car is going 20 miles per hour, 9 of us will survive. So when we talk about that, We want to put kids first. We want to put seniors first. This is a great way to do it, and I really appreciate it. I think enforcement is going to be key, because if we have all these signs but we don't enforce them, then no one will go that speed. And this may cause a few problems for a few people. Bruce, you commented on the length of the commute, that it's gone from 25 to 35 minutes. I think that short difference in time, that inconvenience, from my perspective, is worth saving lives. And I appreciate that you all appreciate that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain Lawrence, could you speak to the issue of enforcement? Because I tend to agree with Judy that we can hang new signs all day long, but if there are not repercussions from people who exceed the speed limit, it's going to be less effective. So interested in how you see this impacting your team of traffic deputies.
Thank you, Mayor. Great question. The new speed limits will be enforced just like the speed limits are being enforced now. So if there's a law that we can enforce related to the speed, whether there's a reduction or an increase, we'll enforce it as needed. So.
And I would love to see your next quarterly public safety report include some information about citations for speeding and other traffic-related infractions. And so I would hope that maybe you could gather that data for the next report.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Great, and I'd like to echo the enforcement. I don't see as much enforcement now as we did 20, 30 years ago certainly in D4 out in the back end. So I don't see this changing anything out there, unfortunately. But I would be interested, we're headed into budget time. Please tell us what you need if we're headed down this path to add traffic units to help enforce traffic. Because, I mean, I see far more egregious problems than people going 25 or 30 on a residential. We see people passing on Lone Jack and on a regular basis. I've even had people pass me with oncoming traffic on Rancho Santa Fe Road, and it's not an uncommon occurrence. So it sounds like you want to say something, or no? You hit your...
Yes, thank you. Anytime that we could increase the number of deputies in the street, usually it's beneficial. So related to enforcement, we have to base the enforcement related to where the collisions are and the problems are. So that may be the perception of why enforcement is not seen in some areas as opposed to others. So the traffic collision maps that are generated based on speed, and speed is definitely a factor in this, but driver inattentiveness is another huge portion. So our drivers are very distracted now. Cell phones, iPads essentially, and dashboards now, and people just aren't paying attention because there's so many distractions. So as much as speed is a problem, that's really another issue that we're seeing that's, if not on the same playing field, it might be a little bit more than speed. And related to the deaths that we saw last year related to traffic collisions, one of the primary reasons was alcohol, not necessarily speed. Okay. So just to put those things out there.
Yeah, it's a multivariable issue.
Yes.
So now to some of my questions for staff and points. The red, I understood all the blue and went through that very carefully. I guess I didn't catch that we were immediately going to lowering from 25 down to 20 on all the red roads highlighted here. Some of them seem a bit superfluous. The ones that are down the hill in Olevenheim, they're technically within a half mile of Parkdale, but it would take you 20 minutes driving around there to get there. So I would not include those kind of extraneous, and I think a lot of the cul-de-sacs, it doesn't make sense. We will never have enforcement on the end of, I live on a cul-de-sac on Olive Crest, and I don't even know how you enforce that. So my question goes into 25 is the default for the vehicle code. What kind of signage on all these red streets do we now have to add? How often do I have to add signs? Every quarter mile, half mile? What do you see happening?
So to your first question, as I mentioned earlier, tonight we wanted to see if council is willing to bless this, if council likes the idea of this whole quarter mile around schools. When we come back with the ordinance, we'll clean this up, all these tiny little cul-de-sac and these one-off roads in the middle of one neighborhood that just by chance ended up being with a quarter mile of a school. All those will be dropped. We'll continue the half segments. So we'll clean this map up and we'll create something that's a lot more defensible with the roads that are within vicinity of schools, and we make sure we check every single road one by one that there's a good logic behind the roads that we chose. All those roads that you mentioned, they will be dropped as long as council is on board with the idea. With regards to signage, as I think I mentioned, we do estimate that we at least need 2 signs at each entrance of these roads. So if there is a block, we need at each entrance at least 1 sign. We can go as far as adding pavement legends, but I think many of these residential roads would appreciate not having pavement markings on their ground because they don't have a center line even. It would make their street look a little bit more, I guess, arterial major type road if we start painting stuff on them. That wouldn't be my first, I guess, option. I'll start with just 2 signs at the entrance to the roadway, 120 on each side, and that's about it. We have to do a lot on our social media channels and our city website and our maybe adding some CMS signs around town, notifying public that from July 1, we'll have safe neighborhoods with 20 mile per hour. So we'll focus our efforts there. With regards to signage, I do have to put 20 mile per hour signs on these roads.
And is there any maximum interval between signs? Like, I'm thinking of a Glen Arbor where you're changing probably a mile stretch, maybe even a mile and a half. Would you have to put 3 to 5 in there? In other words, where we have no signs today, we're going to be putting signs in if we go forward with all the red. Most of the blue all have signage, and you're changing signs, and I understand that. I'm good with that. But I did not anticipate this many roads, especially cul-de-sacs and whatnot. So I think we're going to see a proliferation of signs and for just an absolute minimal increase in safety, if any at all. But we're also going to have quite a few people up in arms about why are you doing this. I want to make sure whatever we agree to on the red makes sense. In general, on the blue, I have a few questions about some of the segments I can bring up later when we get into the actual ordinance. But for the most part, I see lowering those speed limits, and I think Judy Burlfine made the point multiple times about the difference between 40 and 20. But we're talking on the red between 25 and 20. And we're talking about a very difficult enforcement problem there, all back in the little back roads here and there. Where it's a red road that is a connector, where it's right next to a school or a place where a lot of people, especially kids, ride bikes, I understand it, I would support it. But where it's cul-de-sacs half a mile away or near half a mile away, I just can't see the sense in going from 25 down to 20. But all the blue, they make sense in general with a few exceptions where I'd like to see more consistent. Some of the corridors like El Camino Real and Manchester, even Lucadia Boulevard, we have 4 different segments, each with their own speed limit. If we're going to reduce them, I wouldn't just automatically reduce all of them. I would try and make it a little more sensible so that we don't go below 30 on those main arterials. But we lower it. I certainly don't like 55 on El Camino Real. I'd like to see that lowered. I could even see the 40 at the north end. But I want to see more general, consistency in the sign so we don't start to look like speed trap, like a small town speed trap. So those are my comments.
So with the existing speed limits, as I mentioned, we can only reduce them by 5. So 55 becomes 50, 40 becomes 35. So the gradual speed limit changes that we have right now will save it. The only difference would be everything will go down by 5.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I think you didn't understand what I just said then. reduce some of them by 5, but ones that go exceedingly low, down, like on a main arterial down to 25, I would not support that. I would support keeping it more consistent with some of the others. So where you see 3 or 4 different speeds, maybe the lowest one is already low enough and doesn't need to go lower. And maybe if the others came down to better match it, so you had more of a longer segment of 30, 35 miles an hour through a business district, that would make a lot more sense. And you're still getting the risk is greatly reduced because it's that 40 mile an hour, 35 mile an hour coming down, in my opinion, is far more important than the 25 coming down to 20.
I understood. The purples are the 30s that your concern is that the purples will become 25, if I understood what you mentioned correctly. So we have
Yes.
on our super high speed corridors like El Camino, or we don't have like 30s. The lowest that it goes is like 35 in the retail area north of Encinitas Boulevard. But the rest of it is like 40, 45, 50. We have a few purples, like Ballure is 30, or Saxony north of Lucadia, and then the 101. Those are most of our 30s. That with this they become 25. But again, tonight is the night. If you want to direct us to do 25, to keep them at 30, this is the night. When we come back with the ordinance, we'll keep them at 30.
Yeah, on those segments, that's my personal preference. In general, but I would look on a case-by-case basis.
You need it listed, or?
If there are roads, it would help us with the ordinance not to have to revise the ordinance when we come back. If there are roads that you'd rather not lower them and keep them as is, it would be basically dropping them from the safety corridors or the high concentration of bikes and pets. Some of those are in safety. But if you just mentioned the names that these roads we'd rather keep them, I would not include them in the ordinance.
Yeah, I think from my experience, the roads that you've identified on the west side are spot on, and the residents will be supportive. It sounds, Councilmember Ehlers, like you think some of the roads on the east side, maybe it would be a different story.
Actually, some of mine are on the west side too. There's a lower limit on some of our arterials that I don't support going below. I think 30 miles an hour on an arterial is a low number. I've been driving around this last week or so, purposely, slowly, just seeing how slow I can go and what seems, I know it seems odd at first, and going, traffic is already going 5 above, and when I drive 5 below the speed limit, I'm going 10 slower than traffic, and and you start going, is this really an arterial now? So I understand. Right near a school, dropping it to 20, very near, not even half a mile. I understand the high-speed stuff, especially in the middle of the city, like El Camino Real, dropping that down, whatever we can drop down, but 5 miles an hour currently. But when we start talking downtown Encinitas going down to 25, that's a long stretch to be trying to go 25. I think it's going to take a lot of enforcement to get that to fly. And I'm just not there. One of the things I really appreciated about the report and the way you prioritized it with the safety corridors and you said we'll take a bite at this apple and then we may come back later and add more, or we may take them away. I would be a proponent for a smaller first bite this time and then coming back, whatever time of year and seeing how it goes. So that's why I say when I saw all that red, I went, wow. That's a lot of signage. That's a lot of impact to people. I think I like your idea of putting signs out there, warning people this might be coming. Quite frankly, I could see putting them out there as public notices for the next ordinance meeting when we have the ordinance meeting. You want to get their attention, tell them that a lower speed limit is coming for 25 miles an hour, and we'll have this place filled. Is my opinion.
We did think about within quarter mile of a school to be a little bit more selective. Our concern was that there would be some streets that are 20 and some streets are not, and that would be very confusing to public. They drive from one street around the school to another, and that one is 20, that one's 25. Yeah. So whatever council's direction is, I recommend we create a like a block of streets around the school. I mean, we can go narrower if you want to go from quarter mile to eighth of a mile. We do have that option. MUTC doesn't say we have to go. What I'm saying is, no, to kind of help Councilman Ayers to have an idea of how I don't like to pick and choose the streets. First of all, it would be a very tough call for me to choose, okay, this is street will have more kids on, so let's keep it there. This is street, remove it. And then the other one would be the confusion for the drivers. They drive from the school, one street is 20, one street is 25, very close to the school. So it would be tough to kind of remove some of those reds.
I really like the idea. I think it may have been the mayor said about the streets that we see lots of kids going to and from school on bicycles or walking. Those are the primary streets that I would be candidates, where you see the concentration of the kids around individual schools. You know, I'll give you, for example, not Encinitas Country Day. Well, that's an example too, but is it Rhodes School out here? Very few kids walk to and from that school because it's a commuter school, right? So it doesn't make sense to lower the cul-de-sacs nearby to slow speeds. It just doesn't make sense. The kids don't walk there. OPE or Parkdale, tons of kids walk on those immediate streets, and it would take just 1 or 2 days out there watching the kid bicycle pattern. Degano's another good one. They just flood out of there on the streets. Those are the streets I think I heard that we really ought to look at first. And so doing this prioritized approach, that's where I would start. And then if we want to consider adding more later, I would do that. It would also be a little more fiscally conservative on the cost of signs.
Councilmember Hinsey.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm fully understanding what you're saying, but I'm opposed to not bringing the speed down as proposed here. I think Belor definitely needs to have the speed brought down. Vulcan for sure. North Coast Highway 101, all these streets that you're proposing, you know, people are going way too fast. Anyways, if Councilmember Ehlers has streets in your district that are cul-de-sacs you're familiar with, you know, nobody's driving on them, I support what you're asking for, not to bring them down to 20 if that's just sign pollution or something. But all the streets recommended in my neighborhood, they're totally appropriate, and I think that we should be going as far as we can on this first round, and then if we get significant pushback, we can go back to 25 on some of the streets people ask. But people never ask, and several years ago, you lowered the speed on my street to 20, and it's never been so calm and peaceful and predictable as it is now. So nobody ever missed that 25 miles per hour there. So I was gonna get ready to make a motion, which is to, perhaps you can work with Abe behind the scenes on those streets in your district, and then when the ordinance comes forward, we can take a look at it then. But I'm comfortable supporting tonight what you've proposed with the additions of Hymettus, Eolus, and Hygeia. Were there any others that Mobility Commission brought forward that weren't part of this proposal?
No, you covered them with. You covered them all. There were 2 or 3 that Councilman Ehlers mentioned that we were missing in here. If they are missing, I'll add them. Via Cardiff and Village Parkway. Those are 30-mile-plus roads that I will add them in.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I see them here. Village Parkway and Via Cardiff.
Second. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, I was going to second, but the mayor has. I want to go on the record of saying I'm in support completely of your approach here. And Via Cardiff is on the map. I see it there already. And but what's not on the map is San Alejo, the connection that I mentioned earlier. And you said you would evaluate that further. So I just didn't want that to get missed. When it comes to the roads in my district, I'm extremely passionate about some of these being reduced in speed, especially Belor. If there's ever a poster child for a street that needs to be reduced in speed with all the schools next to it, I drive that all the time, and it is definitely a street that needs to be reduced in speed. So I'm not entirely in agreement with my colleague, Councilmember Ehlers, on that. So I do want to point out, though, that I agree with your philosophy that you kind of check out the cul-de-sacs and see if it really makes sense, so I appreciate that. However, there are some situations, I'm going to call one out, where parents drop kids off on a side street nearby and they cut through to get to school. So Oak Crest has that situation, Oak Crest Middle School, right there on Belore. Parents will drive on Witham and drop their kids off in that neighborhood, and they cut through the development to walk into school. So there are some kind of secret things that happen having to do with the schools that you may already be aware of, but if you're not, we can make sure this information is conveyed. So the streets that include Beech Tree and Witham and that segment of Crest that loops back around to El Camino Real, those are all, unfortunately, there's a lot of traffic, and they do go pretty fast when they're dropping their kids off so that the kids can cut through to go to Oak Crest. And that community has lodged a lot of complaints over time with the speed of people traveling and the volume of cars and other traffic-related issues in that neighborhood associated with Oak Crest. So even though it might look like it's not connected with how people would move and circulate to get to Oak Crest, it actually is in that case.
We'll do our best to do a good sweep when we come back with the ordinance to make sure that all the roads on the list make sense to the extent we can. I'm sure there will still be some tweaks needed, but we'll leave you to the ordinance night.
Great. I look forward to seeing it.
And it was mentioned, thanks to Abe for his efforts on this. I will say that as soon as AB 43 was signed into law, I was excited about the efforts that we would be making, and I think you've done a really good job of following council direction. I appreciate the city manager's effort to ensure that this was brought to us in a timely way. I wonder if the motion maker would consider adding to the motion a direction to the city manager to conduct vigorous community outreach, including direct mail to all residents that would list the streets that will have speed limits reduced and how much they'll be reduced.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think in that discussion too, where Abe said we could do 1/8 of a mile or a 1/4 mile, I think it's fair to let it be known that this is a city where 1/4 of a mile, our school zones are 20 miles per hour.
Yep. Our focus on being a slow-speed city has been something that I have been passionate about. Is that okay? Can you do some public outreach and direct mail pieces to get the community at least take a shot at getting them involved here? You okay with that modification? Okay. Any other questions? No other questions. We can vote.
Make sure, so it's to approve the proposed roadways for AB 43 speed limit reduction implementation as shown in attachment 4 with the addition of Eolis, Hygeia, Hymettus, Village Parkway, and via Cardiff, and direction to the city manager to provide extensive public outreach, including direct mailers.
And was there also a carve out on some flexibility in D4?
I'm happy to add that to my motion to be explicit, that D4 can do some work behind the scenes with our traffic engineering staff to reduce streets where unnecessary reductions aren't happening.
And I took notes on the secret drop-offs. I'll make sure those get covered so that they are protected, because there are quite a few, just like in your district.
And the motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, thank you to the public who came and spoke, and staff for your work. Thank you, Captain Lawrence, for staying. And we now move on to item 10C, which is the proposed Public Health and Safety Commission work plan for calendar year 2024. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. Today I'm here to present to you Action Item 10C, which is the proposed Public Health and Safety Commission work plan for calendar year 2024.
And you are Lois Young?
Yes.
We normally have some name tags in front, but we don't have those tonight, so.
Oh, well, I am the Assistant to the City Manager, Lois Young. Thank you very much. The recommended action that we have for the item is to review and approve the proposed Public Health and Safety Commission work plan for calendar year 2024. So on June 14, 2023, City Council authorized the formation of a Public Health and Safety Commission. The City of Encinitas has several advisory commissions as described in the Encinitas Muni Code under Chapter 2.3, Boards, Commissions, and Committees. On August 9th, the City Council adopted Ordinance 2023-06, which added Chapter 2.35 to the Encinitas Muni Code to establish this commission. On September 27, 2023, interviews were held and appointments were made for the commission. And finally, on December 18th, the first Public Health and Safety Commission meeting was held. A commission work plan is a tool that provides structure, defines goals, and tracks progress. In the regular commission meeting on December 18, 2023, the Public Health and Safety Commission discussed goals they would like to see in a work plan. They continued the discussions and reviewed the first draft of the work plan on January 29, 2024, in a special commission meeting. And in a special commission meeting on February 26, 2024, the commission reviewed and approved the proposed work plan that will be presented to City Council today. The work plan includes the following categories of community outreach, ad hoc committees, special projects, and advice to City Council. For community outreach, our commissioners would like to attend city-sponsored events to raise awareness of the commission, as well as develop recommendations for communications, and to conduct a formal end-of-year survey. The commission proposes 3 ad hoc committees, which are a resource readiness ad hoc committee, mental health, wellness, substance abuse, and addiction ad hoc committee, and homelessness ad hoc committee. The ad hocs have a variety of different goals, such as providing recommendations, inviting speakers from different organizations to speak at a commission meeting, identifying resources and gaps in services, promotion, education, prevention, and resources. The commission also identified a couple of special projects to share public education regarding fire safety and support, review and make possible recommendations for safeguarding Hines long-term safety fire goals, and to identify emerging opportunity groups. Last but not least, we have advised City Council, the first where we present the 2024 proposed work plan to Council, and to present the outcomes in December 2024 or January 2025. Once again, the recommended action for the City Council to consider today is to review and approve the proposed commission work plan for calendar year 2024. To my right, I also have Public Commission Chair James Morton and Assistant City Manager Jennifer Campbell. We are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do you have preliminary questions or public speaker?
Yeah, I'll make these really quick. Could you talk a little more about what the end-of-year survey would be, and then the emerging opportunities, identifying emerging opportunities? Just maybe another bullet point or two of detail on that.
So I'll first cover the topic of the end-of-year survey. The commissioners had mentioned that they wanted to understand the community's level of knowledge of the public health and safety initiatives and services that are provided to our community members, how to improve communications for these programs and services, and possibly include questions about the commission themselves, like what items they should focus on in the future. The action item for the identifying emerging opportunities group is to see that what the current trends for public health is. As public health is not it's always emerging, it's always trending. You have to see what is the concern for public health at that time. Whatever concerns that we identify, we would bring it to the commission and see if there's any recommendations or items we'd like to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, could we have the public speakers, please?
Yes, we do. We have two, Rachel Graves with a time donation from Karen Schrader, who's still here, and then Rhonda Graves. Who's going first? Rhonda's going first, and then Rachel.
Rhonda Graves, Olivine. You have been asked to approve a work plan to form ad hoc committees. If approved, these meetings will be exempt from the Brown Act and not open to the public. Mayor Krantz, in 2012, you were a private citizen. You advocated for trust and transparency. It was your campaign slogan as well. Please do not approve a work plan that degrades our trust, skirts transparency, and fails to serve the public well. Please show the video.
Good evening, Tony Kranz, Encinitas. And I guess the big news about the subcommittee policy is that there was no subcommittee policy. And I think that it is important to have a policy. And in the interest of transparency and open government, I think that the policy should include provisions that allow the public to observe the subcommittee meetings. And that they be noticed just as a full council meeting would be noticed. I understand the purpose of the subcommittees is to skate underneath the Brown Act and get the two council people together and get some business taken care of kind of quick and dirty and without the troubles of an open meeting and the public involvement. But I don't think that that serves the public well. So I would ask that instead of coming up with a policy on specifically how the subcommittee should be convened, I would ask that you put on the agenda the idea of enacting a sunshine ordinance and a very robust sunshine ordinance that includes a large number of things that I think are very important to have in a democracy. My website, TonyKranz.com, has a draft ordinance, a lot of the points that I think would be important to address. There needs to be detail filled into that, but I think it's very important that the city's business be conducted in public. Recording meetings, at the very least, minutes would be important. I know that back in December there was a bit of a row because there was some allegation about what one member of the subcommittee said or did, and a recording of those meetings would have been very useful in those instances so that we didn't have fingers being pointed and accusations being made. So I would encourage you to address subcommittees as part of an overall sunshine ordinance. Thank you.
I hope you haven't changed your mind.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I think Kevin Cummins drafted that sunshine ordinance, and I hope that I'd like to see that brought back to the table. I think this commission needs some guidance. I listened to all three meetings. Those of you who approved it gave them kind of carte blanche to determine their goals and purpose, and you approved a commission with 4 meetings a year. At the first meeting, one commissioner came with a grand idea to form all these multiple ad hoc committees. In fact, there was a list like a dozen long ad hoc committees, private, non-public committees to be established. To date, they've already had 3 fully staffed agendized meetings, only to turn up a plan drafted by staff that violates our California codes. This new project is turning into 30 to 40 meetings per year. If approved, as public meetings, the fiscal impact will be 10 times, 20 times what you originally were presented in this in this room. They are planning to, no offense to the people volunteering to try to make a difference in our community, but they're planning to address huge issues that you can see are very broad and large in scope: homelessness, mental health, things that our governor hasn't been able to address in 20 years with billions and billions of dollars. We're expecting some volunteers to address in a global sense. Meanwhile, we have dozens of public health and safety concerns going unaddressed, like drunk driving and kids on e-bikes getting hit, things that they actually could make a difference in a short period of time, I believe. I just think this council might need to step in and try to give some more focused direction to this commission. The Public Health and Safety Commission has now asked you tonight to approve a work plan that includes committees that have been miscategorized as ad hoc or temporary. The last meeting, the vice chair asked for more meetings to be public here at City Hall. That's what he thought those were. Many commissioners, including the chair and vice chair, asked staff for kind of clarification. How does this work? How do these ad hocs go about? Staff confirmed that these meetings will be exempt from the Brown Act. They will not be posted, agendized, or staffed. Public will not be able to participate in them. And the committee compositions will only change over when a new work plan comes about. According to Robert's rules, an ad hoc committee is created to perform a specific task, and it is dissolved when that task is completed. They are meant to be short-term. An ad hoc committee has limited scope to be carried out in a short period of time. These descriptions that we just saw tonight are broad, extensive, non-specific. They fail to identify any particular purpose at all or task at all to complete. Thus, I feel strongly that these are standing committees that are trying to be formed by this commission. And if you can put up the Brown Act, well, it specifically, you guys all should know the Brown Act. In fact, Marlon Taylor, who's on the commission, should know the Brown Act. He's an elementary school district trustee. That's next. That's next. That's okay. Anyway, the Brown Act specifically states that standing committees are not exempt and that the Brown Act law does apply to standing committees. Please listen to Glenn Sabine opine in 2012 at the same meeting that Mayor Krantz was talking about on this subject. There's 2 short videos that I clipped from Glenn. He was our city attorney at the time.
Another thing I should mention about ad hoc committees, the topic is a very short duration topic. It's really intended for a couple of meetings and then returned back to council with the recommendations. Standing subcommittees are of continuing subject matter jurisdiction, fancy term for ongoing.
And then the next one.
I know why, and the why goes back to the Brown Act. Under the Brown Act, there's several different types of committees. There's ad hoc committees and there's standing committees. Ad hoc committees are the variety that are not subject to the meeting requirements of the Brown Act, which means that there's no agenda, there's no 72-hour posting requirement, there's no general description requirement, there's no requirement to have it open to the public for ad hoc subcommittee meetings.
So as we can see from all that my mom and I have shown you tonight, I just don't agree with the work plan as presented. In your pre-council days, Tony, you correctly asserted in the video that this is done in these types of committees are done intentionally to skate underneath the Brown Act without the troubles of public involvement. And I agree with 2012, Tony. It does not serve the public well. I hope you do not approve this work plan. Thank you.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, thank you. 2013, Tony actually passed a new policy that said that city council subcommittees would be subject to the Brown Act and would be noticed, and they would be held in public. And so I followed through on that. It is always interesting to see old videos of me and pictures. Back in the day when I was a few pounds lighter, and I was a Charger fan. And I'm no longer a Charger fan.
We digress.
So, but I appreciate seeing that. I think it ran too long, but I think your point is correct, that transparency is important. And so I brought that to the city council. We do not have Kevin Cummins' sunshine ordinance. And, you know, I think that there have been times when I thought that that might be appropriate, but at this point, I think that there are other issues that we need to deal with. So it's not a high priority of mine right now. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Just a question for our city attorney. Do you see anything wrong with the ad hoc committees as proposed?
No, not as proposed.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just looking through these ad hoc committees, and they're made up of, let's see, 2 or 3 members. There's 3 ad hoc committees. 2 are made up of 2 members, and 1 is made up of 3. So none of the committees represent a majority of the entire decision-making body, which is the body that recommends decisions to the council. Ultimately, the council takes action. So I don't see a problem with this as proposed, and I will move approval.
Deputy Mayor Blackwell.
Yeah, quick question for city staff. We have other commissions, and do they operate with what we call ad hoc committees?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn, I actually have all of the work plans that were approved by City Council either the beginning of this year or last year. All of them have ad hoc committees in which anywhere from 1 to 3 of the commission members operate, and these have been to council. As the former Park Rec and Cultural Arts Director, I was in charge of 4 of those commissions, and I started back in 2016, and that was the practice that we had. So these copies are all available on the city website, and they're all have been approved by City Council.
Did I hear you second the motion?
Yeah, I'll second, but I'd like to maybe suggest on the work plan that the commission's only going to be in place this year and doing 4 meetings. I'm not sure we'd be ready for that kind of survey. Maybe I'd prefer to defer it to 2025. That's a recommendation. But other than that, I would support the motion, and if you would entertain that amendment, friendly amendment, that'd be great.
Well, it sounds to me that the commission put together the survey to get more information about gaps for their future work plan. Do you feel, and does our staff feel like you can support them in the goal as articulated with this timeline?
Councilmember Hinsey, I did actually at the commission recommend against doing a survey at this time. It's a rather new commission. Again, doing a survey in the city of Encinitas, we've had a lot of controversy around how different surveys are conducted and carried out. So I'd like to maybe see how the commission goes, and then to, after having them for a year, to look to see what they could do. But again, the commission is supposed to do recommendations to City Council. Again, they are supposed to also take direction from City Council if there's other things that City Council would like them to work on. Their meetings are also open to the public, so if any other items are presented from the public, they can certainly look at that for their next work plan. But I again recommended not doing a survey for the first year.
Okay, that's fine. Then I accept the amendment and know that you have vast experience with surveys, so we'll rely on that expertise.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, let's see. First, quite a few of the goals, I guess my question goes to the chair. Quite a few of the goals were rather vague. And I'm always one that I want SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, realizable, and trackable. And goals number 2, 3, and 8 in particular, I thought were wide open. At a minimum, they should at least say relative to what public safety, health issues that you're looking to work on with relative to those goals. I'd love to have it be an objective that had some measure and timeline associated with it too. Because like the ad hoc committees, I don't think they are time limited in any way, and we really ought to be looking for what we're trying to get done by when, and some way of bounding it, I guess, is the best thing. So do you have any comments on what, maybe a little more detail behind what was meant by 2, 3, and 8?
I perhaps can. I would like to comment on your last moment, though. So when we developed these ad hocs, we did have a timeline. You'll see a timeline that's noted here, January 2024, January 20 to December for the year. So the idea of these ad hocs were, we wanted to do something. We wanted to have something happen. We didn't want to wait for community outreach to sort of define issues that were brought up that are very passionate, perhaps like the drunk driving. There's a lot of things happening. So there was a sense of, these are things that we know are problems and that we could do something in the ad hoc immediately. But the sense was, this is a work plan for the year. This is what we would be doing for a year. And there was no intention to have these ad hocs be lasting standing committees, right? So in that sense, there is a timeline there as we're going. But certainly with number 2 and 3, I think the intent of the formal end of the year survey, it was broad. The intent is to get feedback from the community. It was a catch-all, so we could perhaps tighten that up, would certainly be good. Develop recommendations for communications, including launching city sewer value. In the intent of number 2, again, is to find creative ways to get feedback from the community and engage. So we certainly be open to language, I think, if you want to add, that would be towards, which would help for that. And then number 8, I agree, it is broad, but it is in the context of the conditions of homelessness, mental health, wellness, and alcohol and addiction. So that perhaps provides the umbrella and the structure that we were thinking, if that helps. But again, I think if you have other more specific goals,
I'd
would
like
be
that
helpful.
specificity put into the objectives a little more, than saying that, the newsletter topics will be around our agenda, our work plan objects or something like that. I don't know, but they were so broad. When it says develop a citywide newsletter, I think that's a cost, and I'd like to see it maybe a component of an existing city newsletter, rather, that says Public Health and Safety Commission column, byline, whatever, and then we could have the same thing for other commissions. And that's probably not a bad idea. But I can't justify having a quarterly newsletter just for the Public Health and Safety Commission. That seems like an excess that I'm not willing to go. And then the other thing, when you talk about the time limiting, it wasn't clear to me that these ad hoc committees were to dissolve at the end of the year, but I think that's what you're saying. I think that should be explicitly said there, that these are ad hoc because they dissolve. I think that would help solve some of the noticing problems. Speaking of noticing problems, I actually support making the ad hoc committee. Let me tell you what I'd really rather do. I always thought 4 meetings a year was way too insufficient. And I think even when we were forming the committee, I was like, hey, for the first year, we should be having more often, 6 or 12 times a year, whatever the number is. And I think the ad hoc committee desire is an outgrowth of the fact there are only 4 official committee meetings. And I like to see everybody involved across the entire breadth of the citizens on the committee and in public meetings. I'll give an example of the Housing Element Task Force that was formed by the prior mayor. Initially, that was not to be. It was Mayor Kranz and I and former planning commissioner and Mayor Blakespeare were on that. And initially, there was pushback from council to have that as an open public meeting under the Brown Act. And our side was rather insistent. And I think in the end, it was the right thing to do, to have it audibly recorded, have it publicly available for people to see and watch. You'll hear me say all the time, we do the public business in the public forum, much like what 2013 former citizen Kranz said. So I don't support doing these as closed ad hoc. I support doing it as more regular meetings or special meetings, if it is, of the full committee, and doing less of the work in ad hoc, non-publicly noticed meetings. So at this time, I can't support this work plan the way it's organized. I think it does a disservice to the public.
I'd like to follow up some of the points here. First of all, not to get too far down a rabbit hole off subject, but the housing task force was always going to be public. I have no recollection of any pushback, so.
I'll show you tapes about that.
Yeah, you do that, please, because, it's just, it would have never been non-Brown Act and non-public. So, and in fact, if it's on a tape, that's a pretty good example of the fact that it was public. But
About the formulation of the committee on tape, and we had that very discussion. But I'll go find it.
yeah,
I've got it.
please do. So the goal number 2, develop recommendations for communications, including launching a city quarterly newsletter, delivering valuable updates and resources on public safety. This commission is not going to, it says right there, develop recommendations. And so if this isn't proposed to have an ad hoc, but essentially it's going to come up with recommendations for the city council. The city council gets to decide whether we implement that public as a policy, and furthermore, as if we fund it as something that we support. So that's the key part of this commission and all our commissions, with the exception of the Planning Commission. They are advisory, and ultimately the council decides whether to take the recommendations made by the commissions and adopt them or pursue them or whatever the case may be. As it relates to the ad hoc committees, I have no problem with commissioners who are passionate about a particular subject meeting to develop a report of an ad hoc committee that they will then make to the full commission, which will consider the recommendations that are part of that ad hoc committee's efforts. And as a commission, will develop a recommendation. They may take all of the recommendations by the ad hoc, or they may reject all of the recommendations by the ad hoc. But ultimately, it'll be a recommendation that comes to the city council from the entire commission. So it is, I think, one of the ways that the passions of this commission members can be utilized in a way that I think is effective and accomplishes more work than the commission meeting. So I will be supporting the motion. Councilmember Lyons.
Well, Mayor Kranz, you make good points now and then, so thank you. But I want to start by saying this is a new commission, as we all know, and I think our guidance is more important now than it will be in the future. As you get organized and you start coming up with information and kind of focusing, I think it'll become more evident to the whole commission how to clarify the work plan. Right now, it reads as many different voices. And when I had my briefing with the city manager and Jennifer also, it became clear to me that perhaps that's what it is right now. It's many very smart and engaged people on this commission who have their own unique voice. And I think that translated a little bit into this. So because of that, I see that there's some overlap and there's probably some gaps. I think over time, some of that will resolve. So I would encourage you to keep an open mind across your whole commission about how to edit your work plan as you go through this first year, and then encourage you to present some of your findings and what you've learned in a modified work plan next year. Definitely encourage that. But for this year, I do want to point out a couple things that I would like to see change that I think would help to simplify. You're taking on a lot. This is a lot. You're not meeting that often, and then you've got these ad hocs. So one of the things that I support, and I've heard my colleagues say they support, is eliminating the survey at this point. I think it's very premature. You'll find a year goes by so fast that you're not quite going to be ready to get feedback from the community. You won't have you're just laying the framework, and you won't be ready for that. So I'd like to encourage that it's too premature to look at what that survey is. To make a survey valuable, we really need to be very specific about what we're trying to get out of it. You may know that better in a second year. I think there's overlap between item 2, 5, and 10, and also 8 was brought up, but 2, 5, and 10 as far as education, community and public education and outreach. Your explanation of each one kind of looks at it with a different lens is okay, but I encourage you to kind of focus that over time too, because as you learn what the opportunities and constraints are with that, you can probably consolidate that into fewer items associated with public education. A change I would be interested in offering to the motion maker is that in item 10, there's wording associated with support, review, and make possible recommendations for the city's ongoing efforts to safeguard Aleven-Haynes' long-term safety fire goals. I would propose that we want to consider going broader with that, and I understand the concerns of the Aleven-Haynes community. I absolutely understand that, but there are also very high-risk fire areas in other communities, and many in the Cardiff District 3. I would propose that the wording be changed to high-risk fire areas instead of specifically Aleven-Haynes. That would encompass Aleven-Haynes and other areas. I think that'd be most appropriate for a citywide commission like this. What I'm thinking about are some opportunities with things like brush management, for fire prevention, and how the whole city, especially the high-risk fire areas, could improve their understanding, and perhaps we can improve our policies on that over time. So when I think about it, I think specifically, brush management. That's an awesome thing. I don't know if that's maybe just one of several things that the commission was thinking about under this item 10. But whatever we do, I'd like to suggest amending the motion, a friendly amendment to modify that language to high-risk fire areas, if possible. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I don't see any problem with it. And looking through, it looks like that work will rely on the ad hoc committee of resource readiness. And I don't see anybody that lives in Aleven-Haynes on that committee. So I think that would be all right to do citywide.
I think the intent in special projects is all of us.
It's under special projects.
If you look in the second column, it's actually all of us.
Okay. What do you think, Commissioner Morton? Is that something that?
If we're talking about removing and being more inclusive, I think that's appropriate.
Okay, then I accept
I think it came about because it's obviously a hot issue.
Right.
But as we said, it's not just one voice, right?
Yeah.
I think that sort of exemplifies what you were talking about, how it comes across as one voice. And we really need to be looking like at the whole community. So thank you for that.
Yes, I accept.
And I don't know if any of the other commissioners feel this is important enough, commissioners, council members feel this is important enough, but under the item 13, which is the very last item under advise city council, yes, that's appropriate to advise city council, but I've always seen that your advice to city council comes in the form of recommendations instead of work plan outcomes. And I think that common language that's used across all the commissions would help with clarification also. So that's how I'd like to see things come from the commission to city council, is as recommendations. Would that be an acceptable wording change?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I want to actually counter on the Olevenhain. I think Olevenhain is highly unique. I would ask how many people not in Olevenhain have had to evacuate for a wildfire event in the last 20, 30 years. I think everybody in Olevenhain have done at least once and maybe 2 or 3 times. And so it is a very particular, unique issue to Olevenhain that is threatened during Santa Ana events from the east to the west. Usually the fire break is somewhere around Rancho Santa Fe Road. So if you're east of that, this is a major issue. The evacuation is a huge concern there, much less so in any other fire. Usually when we're talking about evacuation out there, it's a major fire coming from the east to the west. It's built up quite a bit of momentum and energy. The fires that would threaten Indian Head Canyon and some of the other areas tend to be locally ignited, and therefore they're not quite the same. So I appreciate having both in there, but I would like to leave the word Olevenhain in there. And if you want to put and other areas, I understand, but I think that got in there because of a very particular, very high probability concern to the majority of Olevenhain, and it is one of the biggest safety issues we have, certainly in D4. So I take exception to removing the Olevenhain from that, but I'm not opposed to adding and other areas so that it's citywide. But I think the focus was written that way. I also don't think any of the commissioners are from Olevenhain.
Yeah, Dan Vaughn is on it.
Oh, Dan. Oh, good. At least Dan's in there. So
And that's why I think it's
his
come
is
up.
further.
I think he was leading it, yes.
Yeah, he's further to the east of me, so it's got to come through his house first. So I just want to. I think they had a very particular reason for putting that in there, and I would like to see the word Olevenhain stay in there because I think it keeps a particular focus on a very, very important issue.
I don't see any problem with that, as long as the commissioners have the ability to work outside of that specific area.
So it will say Olevenhain and high-risk fire area, long-term safety fire goals? Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, I just want to clarify, on item number 3, is that coming off? Or is it just being deferred to a later date? You want it to come off for this year?
I think the request was to defer it. If they want to do a survey, then I hope we can support them in finding out the information that they want to find out. And if that's equipping them with a little bit more time and resource, then I think it's worthwhile.
Okay, so we'll change that, the timeline to deferred to later date.
Sure.
Madam City Manager.
So I just want to make a clarification on the survey. We've had other commissions do surveys, but it's usually on a particular subject rather than a global kind of what do you think we should be doing. So that's why there was a bit of staff pushback on it. I think after they work through this work plan and some of their ad hoc task force work, I think in next year's work plan is probably the appropriate time to add the survey back.
So are you recommending we put a date certain of end of 2025 or?
No, because the work plan will come back.
Okay.
So I would just remove it from this year. We are happy to convey that to the commission. And then when they do their work plan work next year, they can add it back.
Okay, that's fine.
So number 3 is removed. And then item number 10 is changed to read support, review, and make possible recommendations for the city's ongoing efforts to safeguard Olevenhain and high-risk fire zones citywide. And then item number 13 was present 2024 Public Health and Safety Commission Work Plan outcomes and recommendations.
Right on, Kathy.
And all the numbers after 3 would be reduced by 1.
Correct. And the motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no.
Okay, thank you to the public speakers. And with that, we move on to item 11A. Director Kusiak is here to give us a brief presentation and explain why this is here before us very briefly.
Good evening, Mayor Crayons and council members. I'll keep this very brief. Essentially, our local coastal program provides for emergency coastal development permits, and as a part of that, when those are issued, there's a requirement that they be reported on in writing and orally to the council. This one relates to the emergency that was declared recently for the Lake Drive storm drain that failed and was being replaced with a 48-inch HDPE pipe. And on February 22nd, the city did issue a emergency CDP to authorize that work on an emergency basis. And the engineering department will be returning within 60 days of that date to file a permanent CDP for that work. And that's really the extent of my report.
And it was required that this be reported to us orally.
Correct. The section 30.80.180, which is emergency coastal development permit, provides that when one is issued, that it is reported on as an information item in orally and in writing to the city council.
So there is no action to be taken. Thank you for the information. I don't see anybody requesting to speak, asking any questions. There are no members of the public here. We've been abandoned. And so we can receive your report. Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to item 12, which is council member initiated items, of which there are none. And 13 is city council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report.
My only report is that our new executive director of NCTD is in place. Mr. Sean Donahue begun his role this month.
Very good. Nothing to report.
I did attend a Sandag retreat. It was a one-day retreat held in Imperial Beach, and at that retreat, we were given these reports that say data snapshots, Encinitas. It was very interesting, and this data was compiled using the Sandag Open Data Portal. We launched the Open Data Portal to host all the data we collect at Sandag. Here you can download raw figures and visualizations that show what life is like in your jurisdiction and the entire San Diego region. And what we ended up with is a map. This is all automobile trips that originate or end in Encinitas. So you can see that our residents or people that come to visit us come from long ways away. I found the most interesting table. This is a table where people working in your jurisdiction live. Very interesting, but where people living in your jurisdiction work. And 19% of the people who live in Encinitas work in Encinitas, 3,642. Another 15%, 2,808 people live in Carlsbad, work in Carlsbad. So a much higher percentage than I anticipated live and work right here in this neighborhood, right between Encinitas and Carlsbad. So from this, I asked the data guy, Ray Major at Sandag, to get in touch with our IT department, which he has done, and they are going to, our GIS folks are going to drill down and get into this open data portal and bring us these really, I think, useful reports for policymaking here in the city of Encinitas. So I'm looking forward to that. Jessica told me today that she has heard from the the open data portal folks down at Sandag, so they have made contact. And city manager reports.
So your suggestion must have been widely distributed because they actually sent that to every city in the county. to participate in their open data portal training.
Good.
Yeah. And nothing else to report.
Nothing else to report. City attorney reports.
No report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
City clerk reports.
Just a reminder that we still have a vacancy on the Planning Commission for Old Encinitas representative and 2 vacancies on the Senior Commission. We did extend the deadline, and it is tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And so far I have 1 applicant for Planning Commission and 1 applicant for Senior Commission. So anybody out there listening, get your applications in ASAP.
Okay, seeing no more requests to speak, we are now adjourned.
Yes. They're gonna be so sick.